Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The air hung thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves as we finally pulled up to Blackwood Manor. Its weathered stones, draped in ivy like a forgotten shroud, promised the quaint countryside life we desperately craved for our little family. But as my fingers fumbled with the ancient, tarnished brass key, a shiver, cold and sharp as a surgeon's scalpel, traced a path down my spine. An undeniable dread coiled in my gut, a chilling certainty that unseen eyes, or perhaps something far worse, were piercing through the murky leaded glass, watching our every move. "Come on, Dad. I want to see my new room." My daughter, Lily, a vibrant burst of youthful energy, tugged at my sleeve, her innocent excitement momentarily piercing through the suffocating veil of my unease. I plastered on a shaky smile, finally coaxing the heavy, groaning wooden door open. The musty stench of forgotten ages and deep disuse assaulted us, a physical blow. My wife, Amelia, wrinkled her nose, but her voice, bless her resilient spirit, remained cheerfully upbeat. "Nothing a good airing out won't fix, right?" I nodded, a desperate attempt to mirror her optimism. We had poured years of savings, endured countless sleepless nights, all to escape the relentless, suffocating chaos of city life, to offer Lily a sanctuary of peace. This was meant to be our triumphant fresh start. As we tentatively explored the sprawling manor that first evening, every creak, every groan of the ancient structure grated on my nerves like fingernails on a chalkboard. I desperately tried to rationalize it, to soothe my escalating fear. "Just the house settling," I muttered. "All the strange noises are perfectly normal in a building this old." But then, a sharp, echoing bang sliced through the oppressive silence. A door slammed shut upstairs, a violent, undeniable sound, while all three of us stood frozen in the kitchen. I couldn't brush that away so easily. "I'll go check it out," I forced out, struggling to keep the tremor from betraying my voice. Amelia cast me a look filled with raw concern, but wisely said nothing as I ascended the narrow, groaning staircase. The upper floor was swallowed by the encroaching shadows, the dying sunlight barely daring to penetrate the small, leaded windows. I moved with agonizing caution, my hand trailing along the rough, cold plaster wall. The door to what we had envisioned as Lily's bright, new room stood slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, hesitantly. The room was empty, precisely as we had left it just hours before. But as I turned to retreat, something, a small, chilling detail, snagged my attention. There, etched perfectly in the thick dust on the windowsill, was a single, tiny handprint, far too small to belong to any of us. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. I backed out of the room, hurrying downstairs, a cold sweat dampening my brow. I swallowed the horrifying secret, not daring to utter a single word of what I'd witnessed to Amelia or Lily. There had to be a logical explanation, a rational answer, and I refused to plunge them into fear on our very first night in our new home. That night, as we lay entwined in our groaning, antique bed, the alien sounds of the countryside, the chirping crickets, the rustling leaves, conspired to keep us wide awake. Amelia whispered, her voice laced with doubt. "Do you think we made the right decision, moving out here?" I pulled her closer, burying my face in the familiar comfort of her hair, inhaling her comforting scent. "Of course, we did," I murmured, forcing a reassurance I didn't feel. "It's just going to take some getting used to, that's all." But even as the hollow words left my lips, a long, low moan, a sound of profound, ancient sorrow, echoed through the very foundations of the house. We both shot upright, our bodies rigid, straining our ears into the suffocating darkness. What was that? Amelia's voice was barely a whisper, a thread of sound stretched taut with terror. "Probably just the wind," I lied, the words tasting like ash in my mouth, knowing full well I didn't believe them. "Old houses make all sorts of noises." We eventually drifted into a fitful, haunted sleep, our rest far from the peaceful sanctuary we'd dreamed of. I was plagued by nightmares, dark, shifting shapes flitting just beyond my sight, whispered voices speaking in a language I couldn't comprehend, a chilling chorus of unseen entities. The next morning, utterly exhausted and teetering on the precipice of my nerves, we valiantly attempted to go about the mundane business of settling into our new life. Lily, bless her oblivious heart, seemed untouched by the creeping tension, happily exploring every hidden nook and cranny of the manor. It was while I was wrestling with boxes in the vast, echoing living room that I first distinctly heard them, the scratching sounds, faint at first, emanating from deep within the walls. Initially, I dismissed it as mice, a perfectly unremarkable occurrence in an ancient country house. But as the relentless day wore on, the scratching swelled, growing louder, more insistent, a frantic scramble. It seemed to follow us, a malevolent shadow, from room to room, always just on the other side of the plaster, a palpable, unseen presence. Amelia heard it too, her eyes widening in unspoken terror as a particularly violent scratch erupted from behind the grand, stone fireplace. "Maybe we should call an exterminator," she suggested, her voice tight with forced calm, a desperate pretense of normalcy. I nodded, grateful for the thin facade. "I'll look one up right now." But when I retrieved my phone, the screen remained stubbornly blank, no signal. I tried the landline, the heavy receiver yielding nothing but a harsh, grating static. We were utterly cut off. That night, the horrors within Blackwood Manor escalated with a horrifying ferocity. We were jolted awake by Lily's piercing scream, a sound that tore through the darkness like a physical blow. We rushed to her room, our hearts hammering, to find her sitting bolt upright in bed, her eyes wide, glistening with pure, unadulterated terror. "There was a lady," she sobbed, burying her face in Amelia's comforting embrace. "A lady in old-fashioned clothes. She was standing right there, watching me." I frantically searched the room, my own heart a runaway train, but found nothing, no sign of an intruder, no rational explanation for the specter Lily had witnessed. As I turned back to console my shaking daughter, my foot snagged on something small and hard. Looking down, I saw it, a small, antiquated doll, lying innocently on the floor, a doll I was absolutely certain had not been there when we'd tucked Lily into bed hours before. The next day, a raw, frayed edge clung to all of us. Strange occurrences multiplied with terrifying speed, each hour bringing a new torment. Books would suddenly plummet from shelves with no one near them, landing with jarring thuds. The temperature in certain rooms would plummet inexplicably, our breaths fogging in the sudden, biting cold, even as bright sunlight streamed mockingly through the windows. And always, there was the suffocating, insidious feeling of being watched, an unseen presence lurking just beyond our periphery. Amelia and I desperately tried to rationalize it, to conjure up logical explanations, however flimsy. But when we found Lily talking animatedly to an empty corner of the kitchen, describing in chilling detail a little boy that neither of us could see, we knew. We could no longer deny the horrific truth. "We need help," Amelia whispered, her voice trembling, on the verge of breaking. "This isn't normal. None of this is normal." I agreed, my own throat tight with unspoken fear. But with our phones stubbornly silent and our car mysteriously refusing to start, we felt utterly trapped, prisoners in our own home. The nearest neighbor was miles away, a daunting, impossible trek, and the thought of walking along the deserted country lanes with the oppressive shroud of night rapidly approaching filled me with an paralyzing dread. As darkness finally descended, the malevolent activity in Blackwood Manor reached a fever pitch, an orchestra of horrors. Objects flew across rooms with violent, unassisted force. Disembodied voices, a cacophony of whispers, emanated from every empty corner, a chilling chorus of unseen entities. And the scratching in the walls, it swelled to an unbearable crescendo, a terrifying sound like something clawing its way out, desperate to escape its confines. We huddled together in the living room, a pathetic, trembling huddle, jumping at every subtle noise, every shifting shadow. Lily, mercifully, had long since cried herself into an exhausted, fretful sleep, curled up protectively between us on the sofa. "What are we going to do?" Amelia's voice was hoarse, raw from screaming, her eyes swollen and red-rimmed from endless tears. I opened my mouth to respond, to offer some meager words of comfort or reassurance, however hollow. But at that precise, horrifying moment, every single light in the house extinguished at once. We were plunged into an abyss of total, suffocating darkness. The silence that followed was deafening, a vacuum of sound that pressed in on us, heavy and suffocating. Even the relentless, insidious scratching had mercifully ceased. For a fleeting, desperate moment, I dared to hope. I dared to believe it was over. Then, from upstairs, came the terrifying sound of slow, heavy footsteps. Thump, thump, thump. They moved with a chilling deliberation, from room to room, each thud getting inexorably closer. Amelia clutched my arm with an almost bone-crushing grip, her ragged breathing harsh in the oppressive silence. I could feel the violent tremors running through her body, mirroring my own internal earthquake. I wanted to run, to flee, to snatch Lily and burst out into the brutal night, abandoning everything. But I was utterly paralyzed by a profound, all-encompassing fear, unable to command my own limbs. As the ponderous footsteps reached the top of the stairs, thump, 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 they began their slow, deliberate descent. The ancient wood groaned under their unseen weight, each creak a chilling premonition. Finally, miraculously, I found my voice, though it emerged as a weak, reedy croak. "Who's there?" I called out, hating the pathetic, frightened sound of it. The footsteps halted. For a long, agonizing moment, there was nothing but the crushing silence. Then, a voice, ancient and cracked, filled with the palpable, bone-deep malice, spoke from the impenetrable darkness. "This is our home," it rasped, "and you are not welcome here." The chilling words were immediately followed by a terrifying chorus of whispers, dozens of spectral voices swirling around us, repeating the same horrifying phrase over and over, "Not welcome. Not welcome." Not welcome. Lily jolted awake with a terrified start, her scream, raw and piercing, joining the cacophony of ghostly voices. The furniture in the room began to shake violently. Pictures flew from the walls, shattering on the hardwood floor. And a wind, a frigid, unnatural gust with no discernible source, whipped around us, icy cold and reeking of decay. In that moment of pure, unadulterated terror, a surge of primal strength, born of desperation, coursed through me. I scooped Lily into my arms, grabbed Amelia's trembling hand, and sprinted for the door. We burst out into the cool, liberating night air, not stopping, not daring to look back, until our lungs burned and our legs screamed in protest, reaching the relative safety of the road. As we stood there, gasping for breath, I forced myself to turn, to cast one last, lingering look back at the cottage. It stood silent and dark, looking for all the world like a perfectly normal, quaint country home. But in one of the upstairs windows, a chilling specter solidified, a woman in old-fashioned clothes, her face twisted into a grotesque, malevolent smile. As I watched, transfixed, she slowly raised her hand and waved, a mocking, terrifying farewell. Then, as quickly as she had appeared, she was gone, and the window was empty once more. We never went back for our possessions. We walked through the endless night, following the winding road until we reached the nearest town, a sanctuary of blessed normalcy. It was days, agonizing days, before we could even bring ourselves to utter a single word about what had happened, to even attempt to make sense of the unimaginable nightmare we'd endured. In the end, we never returned to Blackwood Manor. We left it, and all the horrors it contained, far behind us. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the world is quiet and the shadows lengthen, I still hear those insidious whispers, still feel those unseen eyes, burning into me from the impenetrable darkness. And I wonder, with a chilling certainty, if we ever truly escaped, or if a part of us will forever be trapped in that haunted house, eternal, unwelcome guests in someone else's horrifying home. The security camera feed flickered, a jarring glitch in the mundane flow of the night, and for a split second, I saw it, a shadow where there should have been only light, a fleeting movement where all should have been utterly still. In that precise, heart-stopping moment, I knew. This night shift, this ordinary Tuesday, would be unlike any other. My name is Mark, and I've been working security at the City Museum for a solid 5 years now. It's usually a pretty quiet gig, just me, the silent hum of the cameras, and millions of dollars worth of priceless artifacts to keep a vigilant eye on. But tonight, a cold, creeping unease had already begun its insidious crawl. I leaned closer to the bank of monitors, my half-finished coffee forgotten, its warmth dissipating as I meticulously scanned each screen. Everything appeared normal at first glance, empty halls stretching into dimly lit exhibits, the occasional glint of light reflecting off a glass case. But then, I saw it again, a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker in the Egyptian wing, like someone had casually walked in front of the camera and then, inexplicably, vanished into thin air. What the hell? I muttered, my voice barely a whisper in the silent office, reaching instinctively for the controls to rewind the footage. But before my fingers could even brush the buttons, another camera glitched, this time in the sprawling medieval Europe section. My heart began to pound, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. One camera malfunction, I could rationalize away. Two, in wildly different parts of the museum, simultaneously? That was no coincidence. I snatched my heavy flashlight and radio, hesitating for just a heartbeat, a primal instinct screaming at me to retreat, to call for immediate backup. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that by the time anyone else arrived, whatever sinister event was unfolding could be long over. The hollow sound of my footsteps echoed off the polished marble floors, a lonely, vulnerable sound, as I made my way towards the vast Egyptian wing. The air itself felt heavy, charged with an inexplicable electricity that prickled my skin. As I rounded the corner, my flashlight beam pierced the gloom, catching the cold glint of gold from Tutankhamun's death mask. I swept the powerful light across the entire room, half expecting to see a shadowy figure dart behind a towering sarcophagus. But there was nothing. Just ancient artifacts standing there silent, eternal watch, as they had for countless centuries. I was about to turn back, convinced it was merely my overactive imagination, when something, a small, jarring detail, caught my eye. A smudge on the pristine glass case housing a collection of delicate canopic jars. I moved closer, my breath fogging the cold glass as I leaned in, scrutinizing it intently. It was a handprint. Fresh, by the looks of it. "This is Mark," I spoke into my radio, my voice sounding unnaturally loud and hollow in the pervasive quiet of the room. "I've got signs of a possible intruder in the Egyptian wing. Requesting backup." Static. A harsh, grating burst was my only reply. I tried again, my thumb pressing down harder on the transmit button, but the radio remained stubbornly, chillingly silent. Great. Either it was completely broken, or something, some unseen force, was actively interfering with this signal. Either way, I was utterly, terrifyingly on my own. I made my way back to the security office, my senses screaming, every shadow seeming to ride, every faint creak of the old building morphing into the sound of stealthy footsteps. By the time I reached the relative, illusory safety of my desk, my uniform was drenched in a cold, clammy sweat. The cameras were still acting up, displaying more erratic glitches and unexplained movements. I tried the landline phone, but it was dead, utterly silent. My cell phone also showed no signal. It was as if the entire museum had been systematically cut off from the outside world, a vast, imposing tomb. That's when I noticed it, the timestamps on the camera feeds. They were all wildly wrong, displaying times from hours ago, a jarring anomaly. With shaking, fumbling hands, I pulled up the archived footage. What I saw next sent a jolt of ice water through my veins, making my blood run cold. The footage revealed a group of people, moving with unnerving purpose, entering the museum after closing. They clearly knew precisely where they were going. I watched in horrified fascination as they systematically made their way through the exhibits, somehow flawlessly disabling alarms and bypassing intricate security measures. But it was what they were doing that truly plunged me into a fresh wave of dread. They weren't just stealing priceless artifacts. They were meticulously replacing them with perfect, undetectable replicas. As far as I could tell, if I hadn't been watching it unfold in real time, I never, ever would have known the difference. I fast-forwarded through the footage, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I watched them work their way through the entire museum. They were seasoned professionals, no doubt about it. And they were almost finished. The timestamp on the last bit of footage was just minutes ago. They were still here. I leaped up from my chair, my cold coffee cascading to the floor, a dark, spreading stain. I had to act. I had to stop them. But what could one lone, unarmed security guard possibly do against a highly trained team of professional thieves? I snatched my flashlight again, along with a small can of pepper spray I kept hidden in my desk drawer. It wasn't much, but it was something. It was better than nothing. As I stepped back into the silent, oppressive hallway, I heard voices, soft at first, but growing inexorably closer. I instinctively ducked into a nearby alcove, pressing myself against the cold wall, trying desperately to slow my ragged breathing as I strained to listen. "That's the last of it," a man's low voice rumbled, filled with a grim satisfaction. "Let's get out of here before sunrise." "What about the guard?" This voice was female, low and husky, with a chilling undertone. "Taken care of," a third voice replied, a casual dismissal that sent a fresh jolt of dread through me. "He'll be out cold for hours. By the time anyone realizes what's happened, we'll be long gone." I frowned, a surge of confusion washing over me. Out cold? But I was standing right here, very much awake. Then, with a sickening lurch, it hit me. They must have gotten to Jim, the other night guard. He usually patrolled the West Wing while I monitored the cameras. I hadn't seen him all night, hadn't even thought to check on him. Guilt, sharp and agonizing, twisted inside me, mingling with a burning, righteous anger. I should have known something was desperately wrong when Jim didn't check in. Now, he could be hurt, or worse. And these ruthless thieves were about to walk away with the crime of the century. I wouldn't let that happen. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I stepped out of my hiding place, into the dim, cavernous hallway. "Freeze!" I shouted, my voice surprisingly steady as I pointed my powerful flashlight directly at the group. "Security. Don't move." For a fleeting moment, they looked genuinely startled. There were 5 of them, all clad in black, carrying large, bulging duffel bags that I knew, with a sinking certainty, were filled with the museum's priceless artifacts. Then, the one in front, a tall, imposing man with eyes like chips of cold, hard ice, smiled. Well, he drawled, a cruel amusement in his voice. "Looks like we missed one." He turned his head slightly to his companions. "Take care of him." 2 of them immediately started towards me, their movements swift and predatory. I instinctively backed up, fumbling desperately for my pepper spray. "Stay back," I warned, struggling to keep my voice from wavering. "I've called for backup. The police are on their way." The woman, the one with the low, husky voice, laughed, a harsh, dismissive sound that grated on my ears. "No, you haven't," she sneered, her eyes gleaming with contempt. "All communications are jammed. You're all alone, rent-a-cop." She was right, and we both knew it. But I wouldn't give up. I thought of all the invaluable history contained within these walls, of the thousands upon thousands of people who came here every single day to learn, to wonder, to be inspired. I couldn't let these ruthless thieves steal that away. In that fleeting moment of desperate distraction, one of them lunged at me. I managed to dodge, spraying wildly with the pepper spray, a desperate, frantic arc. Someone cursed, a sharp, choked sound, and I heard the unmistakable sound of coughing. But then, a bone-jarring fist connected with my jaw, sending me sprawling. I hit the ground hard, a searing pain exploding in my head, my flashlight skittering across the polished floor, its beam flickering erratically. Through dazed, Swimming eyes, I saw the leader bend down, his large hand effortlessly retrieving my fallen flashlight. "You should have stayed in your office," he said, his voice now almost gentle, chilling in its casual cruelty. "Now we'll have to do this the hard way." I tried to scramble to my feet, but a heavy boot, firm and unyielding, pressed down on my chest, pinning me to the floor. I could taste the metallic tang of blood in my mouth, could feel the cold, suffocating grip of panic rising, a terrifying realization of how utterly, hopelessly outmatched I was. But then, miraculously, a sound. Faint at first, but growing louder, inexorably, by the second. Sirens. The thieves heard it too, their heads snapping up, their expressions shifting from cruel satisfaction to sudden, frantic panic. Through the towering windows, the unmistakable blue and red lights of emergency vehicles were now clearly visible, painting the snow-covered grounds with their ominous glow. "How?" the woman hissed, her voice laced with fury. "The alarms never went off." I managed a weak, blood-stained grin, even though it sent a fresh jolt of pain through my throbbing jaw. "Silent alarm," I lied, the words barely a whisper. "Triggered as soon as you entered the building. Guess your tech isn't as good as you thought." The leader's face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He raised the flashlight, a heavy, brutal weapon now, and I braced myself for the bone-shattering blow that was surely coming. But it never came. Instead, the sharp, splintering sound of breaking glass shattered the tense silence, followed immediately by a chorus of urgent shouts, "Police! Freeze!" What happened next was a chaotic blur. The heavy boot on my chest disappeared as the thieves scattered, a desperate, panicked flurry of black-clad figures. I heard more shouting, the rapid sound of running feet, a single gunshot that echoed, stark and terrifying, through the cavernous halls of the museum. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. I found myself being helped to my feet by a concerned-looking police officer, her eyes quickly scanning me for injuries. "Are you all right, sir?" she asked, her voice gentle, professional. I nodded, wincing slightly at the sudden movement. "Yeah, I think so," I rasped. "Did you get them?" She smiled, a reassuring, triumphant flash. "We got them all. All 5, plus the artifacts they were trying to steal. You did good, holding them off like that." I sagged in profound relief, the last vestiges of adrenaline finally draining from my body, leaving me weak and trembling. As the officer gently led me outside towards a waiting ambulance, I saw the thieves, their faces grim and defeated, being loaded into police cruisers. The leader, his cold eyes still burning with an unholy hatred, caught my gaze as he was being shoved into the back of a patrol car. I should have been scared, but instead, a surge of defiant pride swelled within me. I had done my job. I had protected the museum and everything within its ancient walls. As the paramedics checked me over, I watched the first faint blush of dawn begin to paint the eastern sky over the awakening city. In just a few hours, the museum would open as usual. Visitors would stream in, marveling at artifacts that were thousands of years old, never truly knowing how agonizingly close they had come to losing them forever. And me? I'd be back tomorrow night, standing my silent vigil, watching over it all. Because that's what I do. That's who I am. I'm the night guard, the unseen protector of history itself. And no matter what shadowed threats may come, I'll be ready. Story 2. The security camera feed flickered, a jarring glitch in the mundane flow of the night, and for a split second, I saw it, a shadow where there should have been only light, a fleeting movement where all should have been utterly still. In that precise, heart-stopping moment, I knew. This night shift, this ordinary Tuesday, would be unlike any other. My name is Mark, and I've been working security at the City Museum for a solid 5 years now. It's usually a pretty quiet gig, just me, the silent hum of the cameras, and millions of dollars worth of priceless artifacts to keep a vigilant eye on. But tonight, a cold, creeping unease had already begun its insidious crawl. I leaned closer to the bank of monitors, my half-finished coffee forgotten, its warmth dissipating as I meticulously scanned each screen. Everything appeared normal at first glance, empty halls stretching into dimly lit exhibits, the occasional glint of light reflecting off a glass case. But then, I saw it again, a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker in the Egyptian wing, like someone had casually walked in front of the camera and then, inexplicably, vanished into thin air. What the hell? I muttered, my voice barely a whisper in the silent office, reaching instinctively for the controls to rewind the footage. But before my fingers could even brush the buttons, another camera glitched, this time in the sprawling medieval Europe section. My heart began to pound, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. One camera malfunction, I could rationalize away. Two, in wildly different parts of the museum, simultaneously? That was no coincidence. I snatched my heavy flashlight and radio, hesitating for just a heartbeat, a primal instinct screaming at me to retreat, to call for immediate backup. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that by the time anyone else arrived, whatever sinister event was unfolding could be long over. The hollow sound of my footsteps echoed off the polished marble floors, a lonely, vulnerable sound, as I made my way towards the vast Egyptian wing. The air itself felt heavy, charged with an inexplicable electricity that prickled my skin. As I rounded the corner, my flashlight beam pierced the gloom, catching the cold glint of gold from Tutankhamun's death mask. I swept the powerful light across the entire room, half expecting to see a shadowy figure dart behind a towering sarcophagus. But there was nothing. Just ancient artifacts standing there silent, eternal watch, as they had for countless centuries. I was about to turn back, convinced it was merely my overactive imagination, when something, a small, jarring detail, caught my eye. A smudge on the pristine glass case housing a collection of delicate canopic jars. I moved closer, my breath fogging the cold glass as I leaned in, scrutinizing it intently. It was a handprint. Fresh, by the looks of it. "This is Mark," I spoke into my radio, my voice sounding unnaturally loud and hollow in the pervasive quiet of the room. "I've got signs of a possible intruder in the Egyptian wing. Requesting backup." Static. A harsh, grating burst was my only reply. I tried again, my thumb pressing down harder on the transmit button, but the radio remained stubbornly, chillingly silent. Great. Either it was completely broken, or something, some unseen force, was actively interfering with this signal. Either way, I was utterly, terrifyingly on my own. I made my way back to the security office, my senses screaming, every shadow seeming to writhe, every faint creak of the old building morphing into the sound of stealthy footsteps. By the time I reached the relative, illusory safety of my desk, my uniform was drenched in a cold, clammy sweat. The cameras were still acting up, displaying more erratic glitches and unexplained movements. I tried the landline phone, But it was dead, utterly silent. My cell phone also showed no signal. It was as if the entire museum had been systematically cut off from the outside world, a vast, imposing tomb. That's when I noticed it, the timestamps on the camera feeds. They were all wildly wrong, displaying times from hours ago, a jarring anomaly. With shaking, fumbling hands, I pulled up the archived footage. What I saw next sent a jolt of ice water through my veins, making my blood run cold. The footage revealed a group of people, moving with unnerving purpose, entering the museum after closing. They clearly knew precisely where they were going. I watched in horrified fascination as they systematically made their way through the exhibits, somehow flawlessly disabling alarms and bypassing intricate security measures. But it was what they were doing that truly plunged me into a fresh wave of dread. They weren't just stealing priceless artifacts. They were meticulously replacing them with perfect, undetectable replicas. As far as I could tell, if I hadn't been watching it unfold in real time, I never, ever would have known the difference. I fast-forwarded through the footage, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I watched them work their way through the entire museum. They were seasoned professionals, no doubt about it. And they were almost finished. The timestamp on the last bit of footage was just minutes ago. They were still here. I leaped up from my chair, my cold coffee cascading to the floor, a dark, spreading stain. I had to act. I had to stop them. But what could one lone, unarmed security guard possibly do against a highly trained team of professional thieves? I snatched my flashlight again, along with a small can of pepper spray I kept hidden in my desk drawer. It wasn't much, but it was something. It was better than nothing. As I stepped back into the silent, oppressive hallway, I heard voices, soft at first, but growing inexorably closer. I instinctively ducked into a nearby alcove, pressing myself against the cold wall, trying desperately to slow my ragged breathing as I strained to listen. "That's the last of it," a man's low voice rumbled, filled with a grim satisfaction. "Let's get out of here before sunrise." "What about the guard?" This voice was female, low and husky, with a chilling undertone. "Taken care of," a third voice replied, a casual dismissal that sent a fresh jolt of dread through me. "He'll be out cold for hours. By the time anyone realizes what's happened, we'll be long gone." I frowned, a surge of confusion washing over me. Out cold? But I was standing right here, very much awake. Then, with a sickening lurch, it hit me. They must have gotten to Jim, the other night guard. He usually patrolled the West Wing while I monitored the cameras. I hadn't seen him all night, hadn't even thought to check on him. Guilt, sharp and agonizing, twisted inside me, mingling with a burning, righteous anger. I should have known something was desperately wrong when Jim didn't check in. Now, he could be hurt, or worse. And these ruthless thieves were about to walk away with the crime of the century. I wouldn't let that happen. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I stepped out of my hiding place, into the dim, cavernous hallway. "Freeze!" I shouted, my voice surprisingly steady as I pointed my powerful flashlight directly at the group. "Security. Don't move." For a fleeting moment, they looked genuinely startled. There were 5 of them, all clad in black, carrying large, bulging duffel bags that I knew, with a sinking certainty, were filled with the museum's priceless artifacts. Then, the one in front, a tall, imposing man with eyes like chips of cold, hard ice, smiled. Well, he drawled, a cruel amusement in his voice. Looks like we missed one. He turned his head slightly to his companions. Take care of him. Two of them immediately started towards me, their movements swift and predatory. I instinctively backed up, fumbling desperately for my pepper spray. Stay back, I warned, struggling to keep my voice from wavering. I've called for backup. The police are on their way. The woman, the one with the low, husky voice, laughed, a harsh, dismissive sound that grated on my ears. No, you haven't, she sneered, her eyes gleaming with contempt. All communications are jammed. You're all alone, rent-a-cop. She was right, and we both knew it. But I wouldn't give up. I thought of all the invaluable history contained within these walls, of the thousands upon thousands of people who came here every single day to learn, to wonder, to be inspired. I couldn't let these ruthless thieves steal that away. In that fleeting moment of desperate distraction, one of them lunged at me. I managed to dodge, spraying wildly with the pepper spray, a desperate, frantic arc. Someone cursed, a sharp, choked sound, and I heard the unmistakable sound of coughing. But then, a bone-jarring fist connected with my jaw, sending me sprawling. I hit the ground hard, a searing pain exploding in my head, my flashlight skittering across the polished floor, its beam flickering erratically. Through dazed, swimming eyes, I saw the leader bend down, his large hand effortlessly retrieving my fallen flashlight. You should have stayed in your office, he said, his voice now almost gentle, chilling in its casual cruelty. Now we'll have to do this the hard way. I tried to scramble to my feet, but a heavy boot, firm and unyielding, pressed down on my chest, pinning me to the floor. I could taste the metallic tang of blood in my mouth, could feel the cold, suffocating grip of panic rising, a terrifying realization of how utterly, hopelessly outmatched I was. But then, miraculously, a sound. Faint at first, but growing louder, inexorably, by the second, sirens. The thieves heard it too, their heads snapping up, their expressions shifting from cruel satisfaction to sudden, frantic panic. Through the towering windows, the unmistakable blue and red lights of emergency vehicles were now clearly visible, painting the snow-covered grounds with their ominous glow. How? The woman hissed, her voice laced with fury. The alarms never went off. I managed a weak, blood-stained grin, even though it sent a fresh jolt of pain through my throbbing jaw. Silent alarm, I lied, the words barely a whisper. Triggered as soon as you entered the building. Yes, your tech isn't as good as you thought. The leader's face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He raised the flashlight, a heavy, brutal weapon now, and I braced myself for the bone-shattering blow that was surely coming. But it never came. Instead, the sharp, splintering sound of breaking glass shattered the tense silence, followed immediately by a chorus of urgent shouts, "Police! Freeze!" What happened next was a chaotic blur. The heavy boot on my chest disappeared as the thieves scattered, a desperate, panicked flurry of black-clad figures. I heard more shouting, the rapid sound of running feet, a single gunshot that echoed, stark and terrifying, through the cavernous halls of the museum. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. I found myself being helped to my feet by a concerned-looking police officer, her eyes quickly scanning me for injuries. "Are you all right, sir?" she asked, her voice gentle, professional. I nodded, wincing slightly at the sudden movement. "Yeah, I think so," I rasped. "Did you get them?" She smiled, a reassuring, triumphant flash. "We got them all. All 5, plus the artifacts they were trying to steal. You did good, holding them off like that." I sagged in profound relief, the last vestiges of adrenaline finally draining from my body, leaving me weak and trembling. As the officer gently led me outside towards a waiting ambulance, I saw the thieves, their faces grim and defeated, being loaded into police cruisers. The leader, his cold eyes still burning with an unholy hatred, caught my gaze as he was being shoved into the back of a patrol car. I should have been scared, but instead, a surge of defiant pride swelled within me. I had done my job. I had protected the museum and everything within its ancient walls. As the paramedics checked me over, I watched the first faint blush of dawn begin to paint the eastern sky over the awakening city. In just a few hours, the museum would open as usual. Visitors would stream in, marveling at artifacts that were thousands of years old, never truly knowing how agonizingly close they had come to losing them forever. And me? I'd be back tomorrow night, standing my silent vigil, watching over it all. Because that's what I do. That's who I am. I'm the night guard, the unseen protector of history itself. And no matter what shadowed threats may come, I'll be ready. Story 3. The scratching sound, at first a tentative whisper, then a frantic, desperate scrabbling from deep within my closet, grew louder, more insistent, clawing at the frayed edges of my composure. I froze, my psychology textbook forgotten in my lap, its dense theories suddenly ludicrously irrelevant. The noise had mutated, evolving from a gentle scrape into a frantic, desperate grappling. Whatever grotesque thing lurked in there, it wanted out, and the terrifying unknown of its identity sent a fresh wave of ice-cold dread through me. My name's Jessica, and up until this very moment, my biggest, most soul-crushing worry had been acing my Psych 101 midterm. It's hilariously, tragically ironic how quickly priorities can shatter and reform when you're suddenly confronted with the very real, very terrifying possibility of a monstrous entity trapped within your own closet. It had all begun innocently enough, just another late-night study session in my cramped dorm room, fueled by far too much cheap coffee and the creeping, insidious dread of impending exams. My roommate, Sarah, was thankfully out for the night, probably lost in the throes of another raucous frat party. I envied her effortless ability to juggle academics and a thriving social life, while I was perpetually stuck here, drowning in a sea of neon highlighters and sticky notes, a prisoner of my own ambition. The first scratch was so incredibly faint, I barely registered it. I glanced up from my textbook, cocking my head, straining to listen. Nothing. Just the usual ambient symphony of dorm life, distant, muffled music, the faint murmur of voices from down the hall, the rhythmic, ancient hum of my decrepit mini-fridge. I shrugged it off, dismissing it as a figment of my caffeine-addled mind, turning back to the dense, dry text. But then, I heard it again. A soft, deliberate scraping sound, like the whisper of fingernails on old wood, sending a prickle of unease up my spine. And it was unequivocally, horrifyingly coming from my closet. My heart rate immediately spiked, a frantic hummingbird trapped in my chest. I slammed my textbook shut, my eyes locked onto the closed closet door, a silent, desperate plea for it to remain shut. "Hello?" I called out, my voice a shaky, uncertain tremor, feeling utterly, profoundly stupid even as the word left my lips. What did I expect? A polite, articulate response from whatever spectral horror lurked within? Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence greeted me, amplifying my rising panic. I let out a shaky, hysterical laugh, running a trembling hand through my messy hair. "Get it together, Jess," I muttered to myself. "You're losing it." I picked up my book again, a desperate attempt to reclaim some semblance of normalcy, determined to force my focus back onto the printed page. But the words swam before my eyes, an incomprehensible blur. My concentration was utterly shattered, annihilated. Every few seconds, my gaze would dart back to the closet, half expecting, half dreading, to see the door slowly, agonizingly creaking open. That's when the scratching truly began, in earnest. It was unmistakable now, a frantic, desperate scrabbling that made the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand up, each one prickling with icy dread. My breath caught in my throat, a ragged gasp, as I stared, mesmerized and terrified, at the closet, my mind racing through a whirlwind of impossible, horrifying possibilities. A rat? A raccoon? How, in God's name, could an animal have possibly gotten in there? I stood up slowly, my legs feeling like jelly, threatening to give out beneath me. A primal, instinctual part of me screamed to run, to bolt from the room, to never look back, to simply evaporate into the night. But a larger, more insidious part, the part that had always been cursed with an insatiable curiosity, propelled me forward, a reluctant puppet on invisible strings. My hand trembled violently as I reached for the cold doorknob. The scratching intensified, a furious, desperate crescendo, as if whatever grotesque thing lurked in there knew I was perilously close. I took a deep, shuddering breath, steeling myself against the inevitable, and then, with a surge of desperate resolve, I yanked the door open. For a terrifying, disorienting moment, all I saw were my clothes, hanging neatly in a row, a pathetic facade of normalcy. Then, as my eyes struggled to adjust to the oppressive darkness within, I saw it. A figure, crouched low in the farthest corner of my closet, partially obscured, partially revealed, behind a curtain of forgotten dresses. I stumbled backward, a strangled scream, raw and desperate, rising in my throat. But before I could even fully form the sound, the figure moved. It was impossibly fast, inhumanly swift. 1 second it was a hunched shadow in the closet, the next it was right in front of me, a hand, cold and firm, clamped over my mouth, muffling my belated, terrified scream. I found myself staring, wide-eyed and disbelieving, into a pair of wild, desperate eyes, filled with an ancient, unspeakable sorrow. "Please," the figure whispered, her voice surprisingly young, rough with desperation, and I realized with a jolt, a shocking, disorienting realization, that it was a girl. Young, probably no older than myself. "Please, you have to help me. They're coming." I wrenched her hand away from my mouth, backing up until my spine hit the cold, unyielding surface of my desk. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking uncontrollably. "How did you get in my closet?" She glanced nervously, a quick, darting movement, at the window, then back at me, her eyes wide with urgency. "There's no time to explain. They'll be here any minute. You have to hide me." "Hide you from who? What's going on?" The questions tumbled out of me, a frantic, incoherent torrent, my mind struggling, desperately trying to process the impossible, nightmarish situation. The girl opened her mouth, a desperate gasp for air, to respond. But before she could utter a single word, a sound, a blood-curdling, inhuman sound, sliced through the suffocating stillness of the night. A howl. Long and mournful, yet with an undeniable undercurrent of something deeply predatory, something terrifyingly hungry. The color drained from the girl's face, leaving it ashen, translucent in the dim light. "They're here," she whispered, her voice barely audible, a fragile thread of sound. I moved to the window, my legs trembling, peering out into the suffocating darkness. At first, I saw nothing, just the familiar, mundane outlines of the campus quad. Then, a subtle movement, a fleeting distortion, caught my eye. Shadows. Dark, indistinct forms, moving across the quad with an unnatural, terrifying speed. They were heading directly, inexorably, towards my dorm. "What are they?" I asked, my voice barely audible, a strangled whimper. The girl joined me at the window, her body rigid, tense, coiled like a spring. "Hunters," she said, her voice raw with a chilling certainty. "They're after me. And they won't stop until they find me." I turned to look at her, truly look at her, for the very first time. She was pale, almost translucent in the dim, anemic light of my desk lamp. Her clothes were tattered and dirty, clinging to her fragile frame as if she'd been running, endlessly running, for a very long time. But it was her eyes that truly ensnared me. They were old eyes, filled with a profound, ancient weariness that seemed utterly at odds with her youthful face. "Why are they after you?" I asked, even as another, more rational part of my brain screamed at me to stop asking questions and simply start running. She met my gaze, and in that agonizing moment, I saw something flicker deep within her eyes, something undeniably, terrifyingly inhuman. "Because of what I am," she said softly, her voice barely a whisper, "because of what I can do." As if to terrifyingly demonstrate, she held out her hand, and before my disbelieving, horrified eyes, a small, vibrant flame materialized in her palm, dancing and flickering with an impossible, vibrant life of its own. I stumbled back, a desperate gasp escaping my lips, my mind reeling, utterly unable to comprehend. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen in real life. They happened in dusty books, in fantastical movies, not in a mundane college dorm room on a Tuesday night. Another howl, closer this time, sharp and predatory, split the oppressive air. The girl extinguished the flame, her eyes pleading, raw with desperation. "Please," she said, her voice fragile, urgent. "I know this is crazy. I know you have no reason to trust me. But if they find me, they'll kill me. And anyone who gets in their way." I looked back out the window, my gaze drawn to the escalating horror. The shadows, now clearly monstrous forms, were at the very entrance to my dorm, a looming, terrifying presence. In a matter of agonizing minutes, they'd be here. They'd be. I made a decision then, a terrifying, irreversible choice, one that would irrevocably alter the entire course of my life, shattering every preconceived notion of reality. "Okay," I said, surprising even myself with a newfound steadiness of my voice, a desperate calm descending. "I'll help you." "What do we do?" Relief, pure and unadulterated, flooded her ashen face, illuminating her features for a fleeting moment. "Thank you," she breathed, the words a desperate prayer. Then, all business, her voice sharp with urgent practicality, "We need to get out of here." Is there a back way out of the building? I nodded, my throat tight. Fire escape. But we're on the third floor. That's fine, she said, a grim, determined glint in her eyes. I can get us down safely. She held out her hand to me, a silent, desperate question. Do you trust me? I hesitated for a long, agonizing moment, every fiber of my being screaming in protest, every rational thought fighting against the insane proposition. Then, with a desperate, self-destructive resolve, I took her hand. It was warm, impossibly warm, almost hot to the touch, a searing contrast to the icy dread that gripped me. I must be insane, I muttered, the words a hollow echo. She gave me a grim, knowing smile, a flicker of something ancient in her eyes. Probably. But insane is better than dead. We moved with a desperate, frantic speed, grabbing my backpack and haphazardly shoving a few essentials into it, a pathetic attempt to cling to some semblance of normalcy. As we were about to slip out, I hesitated, casting one last, lingering glance back at my desk. My textbook lay open, notes scattered around it, a stark, surreal remnant of my utterly shattered normal life, juxtaposed against the escalating madness of the current situation. We have to go, the girl urged, tugging at my hand, her voice a desperate whisper. I nodded, tearing my eyes away from the haunting image of my abandoned life. As we slipped out into the dimly lit hallway, I heard it, heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing on the stairs. The hunters. They were inside. We ran, a desperate, breathless sprint down the hallway, our footsteps muffled by the worn, threadbare carpet. The fire escape, a beacon of fragile hope, loomed at the end of the hall, its red exit sign glowing like a promise. Just as we reached it, the door behind us burst open with a violent crash. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The thing in the doorway was only vaguely human-shaped, its monstrous body rippling and shifting as if it couldn't quite decide on a single, horrific form. Run! The girl yelled, her voice raw with terror, shoving me through the fire exit. The cold, biting night air hit me like a physical slap to the face as we emerged onto the rusted fire escape. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl vaulted over the railing, a fluid, impossible motion, pulling me with her. I wanted to scream, a primal, guttural sound, but the terror had stolen my voice, trapping it in my throat as we plummeted. Then, impossibly, miraculously, our descent slowed. It was as if we were floating, gently carried by an unseen, benevolent force, a whispered lullaby of survival. We touched down softly, gracefully, on the damp grass below, a gentle landing that defied all physics. Above us, I could hear snarls, vicious, guttural sounds, and the sickening sound of metal tearing, as the hunters reached the fire escape, their frustration palpable. "Come on," the girl said, already springing to her feet, her voice urgent. "We need to get to the woods. I can lose them there." I followed her, my legs moving almost of their own accord, a desperate, frantic piston-like motion, as we sprinted across the open expanse of the quad. I heard a sickening thud behind us, the hunters. They had jumped down, abandoning the fire escape entirely, their predatory forms gaining on us. We reached the tree line just as another ear-splitting howl pierced the night, closer now, filled with a chilling triumph. I risked a quick glance back and immediately regretted it. The hunters were gaining on us with terrifying speed, their forms shifting and changing as they ran, a grotesque, fluid nightmare. One moment they were disturbingly wolf-like, all teeth and claws. The next, they were more bare than man, their massive bodies lumbering with unnatural agility. The girl led me deeper into the suffocating depths of the woods, weaving effortlessly between the ancient, gnarled trees with a practiced agility that spoke of long, terrifying experience. I stumbled blindly along behind her, branches whipping at my face like angry whips, gnarled roots reaching up like grasping claws, threatening to trip me with every desperate step. "Where are we going?" I gasped out, my lungs burning, each word a painful effort. "There's a place," she panted back, her voice ragged with effort, "a safe place. If we can reach it, they can't follow." I desperately wanted to ask more questions, to understand the impossible reality that had consumed my life, but I needed every precious breath for running. The chilling sounds of pursuit grew fainter, receding mercifully as we delved deeper into the dense, oppressive forest, but I knew better than to believe we had truly lost them. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, an agonizing stretch of hours but was probably only minutes, we burst into a small clearing, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. In the very center stood a ring of ancient stones, tall and silent, glowing faintly, radiating an otherworldly energy, in the pale moonlight. The girl pulled me towards the stone circle, her grip firm, urgent. "Quick," she said, her voice raw. "Step inside." I hesitated at the very edge of the circle, my mind screaming in protest, suddenly, profoundly unsure. This was madness. Magic. Monsters. Mysterious glowing stones. None of this could possibly be real. A howl, alarmingly, impossibly close now, a terrifying crescendo, made the agonizing decision for me. I stepped into the circle. The effect was immediate, profound. A warm, comforting yet alien, spread through me, a soothing balm against the pervasive cold of fear. And the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the distant, predatory howls, faded away, receding into an imperceptible whisper. It was as if we were encased in a bubble, suspended in a pocket of stillness, utterly separate from the terrifying reality of the outside world. The girl let out a long, shuddering sigh of profound relief, sinking to her knees, her body finally releasing the crushing tension. "We're safe," she said, her voice weak but triumphant. "For now." I looked at her, this strange, enigmatic girl who had violently ripped my world apart in the span of a single, horrifying hour. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, truly desperate for answers. She met my gaze, a small, sad, knowing smile gracing her lips. "My name is Lily," she said, her voice soft, yet resonating with an ancient weight. "And I'm about to tell you a story that will change everything you thought you knew about the world." As she began to speak, her voice a low, mesmerizing hum, I settled in to listen, knowing with a profound, bone-deep certainty that my life, the mundane, predictable life I had known, would never, ever be the same again. The midterm I'd been so agonizingly worried about earlier, that trivial academic concern, seemed utterly inconsequential now, a relic of a simpler, utterly shattered time. Whatever terrifying, wondrous, or impossible thing came next, whatever this new, unfathomable reality held, I knew one thing for certain: nothing would ever be normal again. And strangely enough, impossibly enough, I was okay with that. Story 4. The ancient, sprawling forest had seemed so inviting, so serenely picturesque, bathed in the gentle caress of the daylight sun. Now, As the last vestiges of twilight bled from the sky and the colossal trees loomed like silent, gnarled sentinels, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers into the deepening gloom, I felt a sickening lurch of realization, how utterly, profoundly foolish I'd been. I was irrevocably lost, utterly alone, and the eerie, guttural sounds echoing through the impenetrable depths of this wilderness told me, with a chilling certainty, that I was far from the only thing awake and prowling in this shadowed realm. My name's Liam, and I've always considered myself an apex of experienced hikers. I'd conquered treacherous, challenging trails before, priding myself on my unerring navigation skills, my innate connection to the wild. But as I stood there, utterly engulfed by an impenetrable, suffocating wall of ancient trees, the air growing heavy with an unseen presence, I felt like a complete, pathetic novice. The day had dawned with a deceptive promise, perfectly clear skies, a gentle, caressing breeze, and a new trail, tantalizingly unexplored, that I'd been itching to conquer. I'd packed light, confident in my abilities, just a few bottles of water, some energy bars, and my trusty, well-worn compass, a faithful companion on countless adventures. I'll be back before sunset, I'd confidently told myself, a casual dismissal of any potential danger. No problem. But somewhere, somehow, along the winding, deceptive path, everything had gone horribly, catastrophically wrong. Perhaps it was when I, with a sudden surge of misplaced curiosity, decided to venture off trail, drawn by the intriguing allure of that unusual rock formation. Or maybe it was when I'd paused, mesmerized, to watch a deer and its tiny fawn, losing all track of the precious, dwindling hours. Whatever the catastrophic reason, by the time the cold, sharp truth slammed into me, that I was hopelessly, irrevocably off course, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting the sky with a blood orange, ominous hue. I pulled out my compass, my hands trembling slightly, squinting desperately at its familiar face in the rapidly fading light. But in my escalating panic, the directions, once so clear and reassuring, seemed to blur together, mocking me. North, south, it all looked terrifyingly the same in this suffocating, verdant maze. Okay, Liam, I muttered to myself, my voice a shaky whisper, a desperate attempt to cling to some semblance of calm. You've been in tougher spots before. Just think it through. I took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing myself to concentrate, to quiet the frantic drumbeat of my heart. I knew, with a certainty that was rapidly eroding, that I'd been heading east when I began my hike. So, if I just turned around and plunged resolutely west, I should, theoretically, eventually hit the trail again. Right? With a renewed, desperate surge of determination, I set off in what I fervently hoped was the correct, life-saving direction. But with every agonizing step, the forest seemed to close in around me, pressing down with a suffocating weight. The trees, once majestic, grew denser, their gnarled, skeletal branches reaching out like grasping, predatory fingers, tangling overhead to steal the last precious remnants of the sky. Shadows, dark and menacing, danced in the periphery of my vision, making me jump, a frantic, terrified start, at every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. The light was almost gone now, swallowed by the encroaching gloom, plunging the forest floor into an eerie, suffocating twilight. I fumbled frantically in my pack for my flashlight, a desperate, fumbling search, cursing under my breath when my fingers met only empty space. Had I truly been stupid enough to leave it behind? A twig snapped, a sharp, jarring sound, somewhere to my immediate left, and I whirled around, my heart pounding, a frantic, terrified drumbeat. "Hello?" I called out, my voice thin and reedy, immediately regretting the rash, foolish decision. If there was something malevolent out there, I had just unequivocally announced my vulnerable presence. Silence. A heavy, pregnant silence answered me, but it was a loaded silence, thick with potential energy, teeming with an unseen, predatory menace. I could feel eyes on me, countless unseen eyes, burning into me from the suffocating darkness, watching, assessing. I picked up my pace, a desperate, headlong flight, no longer caring about direction, about finding my way. I just needed to get out, to escape, to find some tangible sign of human civilization. But the faster I walked, the more disoriented, the more utterly lost I became. Trees I could have sworn I'd passed before loomed out of the swirling darkness, mocking me. Was I going in circles, trapped in a relentless, terrifying loop? A low, guttural growl, a sound that resonated deep in my bones, utterly unlike any animal I recognized, too deep, too chillingly wrong, froze me in my tracks. I held my breath, straining my ears, every nerve ending screaming. For a long, agonizing moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it again. Closer this time. Panic, cold and sharp, surged through me, an icy wave. And I ran. Branches, sharp and unforgiving, whipped at my face like angry whips. Roots, gnarled and insidious, seemed to reach up, grasping, to trip me with malicious intent. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I could hear something crashing, heavily, relentlessly, through the underbrush behind me, gaining ground with every agonizing second, its unseen presence a palpable threat. I burst into a small clearing, the sudden, blinding moonlight momentarily disorienting me, a harsh, unwelcome glare. As my eyes struggled, desperately, to adjust, I saw a figure standing on the other side of the clearing. Relief, a wave of liquid warmth, momentarily flooded through me. "Hey!" I shouted, waving my arms frantically, my voice raw with desperation. "I'm lost. Can you help me?" The figure didn't move, remaining eerily, unnaturally still. As I stumbled closer, a horrifying realization began to dawn on me. Something was profoundly, terrifyingly off. It was too tall. Too still. And its proportions were horribly, disturbingly wrong. I skidded to a desperate, jarring stop, my fleeting relief curdling into ice in my veins. This wasn't a person. I didn't know what grotesque thing it was, but every primal, instinctual fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, to flee, to simply evaporate, before it was too late. Before I could even command my trembling limbs to move, the thing's head snapped towards me, a sudden, violent movement. In the stark, unforgiving moonlight, I caught a fleeting glimpse of its eyes, reflecting an unnatural, sickening green, and a mouth, a gaping, cavernous maw, filled with far too many teeth, each one sharp and predatory. I turned and ran, plunging back into the suffocating depths of the trees, no longer caring about direction or the desperate hope of finding my way out. My only thought, my only burning imperative, was to escape that unholy thing in the clearing. I ran until my lungs burned, raw and agonizing, and my legs felt like leaden jelly, threatening to give out beneath me with every agonizing step. When I simply couldn't run another single step, I collapsed against the rough bark of a towering tree, gasping, each breath a painful, ragged effort. The forest was silent again, a deep, pervasive silence, but it was a tense silence, taut with watchful anticipation, teeming with unseen menace. As I sat there, desperately trying to catch my breath and calm my racing, panicked heart, I became acutely aware of a soft, ethereal glow emanating from my right. At first, I dismissed it as my eyes playing cruel tricks on me, a desperate hallucination born of fear and exhaustion. But as I focused on it, the glow swelled, growing stronger, more insistent, a fragile beacon in the overwhelming darkness. Curiosity, an insatiable, self-destructive force, overcame my paralyzing fear, and I found myself moving, compelled by an unseen hand, towards the ethereal light. As I stumbled closer, the source of the glow became immediately, chillingly apparent, a small, almost imperceptible cave, half hidden by thick, tangled underbrush. I hesitated at the entrance, every horror movie I'd ever reluctantly endured screaming a primal warning at me, do not go in there. But the alternative, staying out here in the suffocating darkness with whatever unspeakable thing had lurked in the clearing, seemed infinitely worse. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, a desperate gulp of courage, I ducked into the cave. The source of the ethereal glow became terrifyingly apparent immediately. Strange, luminescent fungi, a grotesque tapestry of alien life, covered the damp, cold walls, casting a soft, pulsing blue-green light throughout the small, claustrophobic space. But it wasn't the fungi that truly seized my attention. In the very center of the cave stood a crude stone pedestal, ancient and weathered, and on top of it, resting with an ominous stillness, sat an ancient-looking book. I approached cautiously, every nerve ending screaming, half expecting something monstrous to leap out at me from the shadows, to drag me back into the suffocating darkness. But nothing happened. The book just sat there, its leather cover cracked and worn with the weight of untold ages, radiating an eerie, silent power. Against my better judgment, against every fiber of my being, I reached out a trembling hand and slowly, hesitantly, opened it. The pages were filled with strange, intricate symbols and baffling diagrams, none of which made any discernible sense to my terrified mind. But as I frantically flipped through, a loose page, brittle with age, fluttered free and fell to the damp floor. I picked it up, my hands shaking violently, squinting at the faded, archaic handwriting. It was, miraculously, in English, unlike the rest of the cryptic book. As I desperately read, my eyes widened, growing larger and larger with each horrifying word. It was a warning. A chilling, detailed description of grotesque creatures that truly lived in these very woods, ancient, malevolent beings that had predated humanity, beings that did not, emphatically did not, take kindly to trespassers. A cold, sharp chill, an icy spear, ran down my spine as I remembered the thing in the clearing. Was that what the cryptic note was warning me about? The next part of the note described a ritual. A terrifying, arcane way to appease these ancient, monstrous creatures and ensure safe passage through their dark, shadowed domain. It seemed utterly absurd, like something ripped from the pages of a fantasy novel, a ludicrous, impossible fabrication. But after what I'd witnessed tonight, after the unspeakable horrors I'd faced, I was willing to believe just about anything. I desperately memorized the ritual, committing it to my terrified mind as best I possibly could, then tucked the precious, fragile note into my pocket, a desperate talisman. As I turned to leave the cave, a low, guttural growl, a sound that vibrated through my very bones, erupted from outside, forcing me to freeze, every muscle rigid with terror. It was back. And it had found me. I could clearly see its towering silhouette framed in the cave entrance, blotting out the precious moonlight, its horrifying presence a suffocating weight. Those eerie, unnatural green eyes gleamed, malevolent and hungry, in the suffocating darkness, fixed on me with an unholy intensity. With shaking, fumbling hands, I began the ritual, my voice a desperate, reedy whisper. I didn't possess any of the specific items the note had meticulously mentioned, but I prayed, with every fiber of my desperate being, that intent, pure, unadulterated intent, would be enough. I spoke the strange, ancient words phonetically, utterly not comprehending their archaic meaning, but pouring every single ounce of raw, desperate hope I possessed into each syllable. As I finished the very last, agonizing word, the creature, a monstrous, formless shadow, lunged. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself, my body rigid, for the inevitable, bone-shattering impact. But it never came. I slowly, hesitantly, opened my eyes, blinking against the sudden, disorienting absence of light. The cave was empty. Utterly, miraculously empty. The creature was gone, vanished as if it had never been there, a figment of my tortured imagination. Even its towering silhouette at the entrance had simply evaporated. For a long, agonizing moment, I just stood there, hardly daring to breathe, my heart a frantic, trembling bird. Had it worked? Or was this merely the terrifying calm before the true, devastating storm? Gathering every last shred of my shattered courage, I cautiously stepped out of the cave. The forest was different. The oppressive, suffocating darkness that had gripped it earlier had lifted, replaced by a subtle, ethereal glow. And I could clearly see a faint path, barely perceptible, winding away from the cave, softly illuminated by the pale moonlight, a fragile thread of hope. I followed the path, my heart still a frantic drumbeat in my throat, every shifting shadow still seeming to conceal potential, monstrous dangers. But the bone-deep terror I'd felt earlier had mercifully faded, replaced by a profound, exhausted relief. After what felt like an eternity, an agonizing stretch of hours but was probably only minutes, I heard a sound, a familiar, comforting sound, that made me want to collapse to my knees and weep with sheer relief. Cars. The distant, rhythmic hum of civilization. I'd reached the road. As I burst through the final tree line and saw the black asphalt gleaming in the moonlight, a ribbon of salvation, I finally, truly allowed myself to believe I was safe. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a wild, raving madman, my clothes torn, my eyes wide and frantic, my face streaked with dirt and exhaustion. The elderly couple in the car were understandably skeptical at first, their faces etched with suspicion. But something in my rabid face, something in the raw, unadulterated terror in my eyes, must have finally convinced them I was genuinely in profound distress. They mercifully gave me a ride back to town, peppering me with questions I simply couldn't answer. How could I possibly explain what had happened? Who in their right mind would ever believe me? As we drove away from the forest, the oppressive darkness receding behind us, I looked back for a moment. For a fleeting instant, I thought I saw those eerie green eyes, luminous and malevolent, watching from between the dense, ancient trees. But then we turned a sharp corner, and the shadowed, menacing forest was mercifully lost from view. I never went hiking alone again after that night. And I never, ever returned to those haunted woods. But sometimes, when the night is utterly dark, and the wind whispers through the trees a chilling, insidious sound, I remember. I remembered the paralyzing terror, the strange, glowing cave, the ancient, desperate ritual. And I wondered, with a profound, unsettling certainty, if it was all truly real, or just a terrifying nightmare, born from sheer, suffocating fear and overwhelming exhaustion. But then, I feel the comforting, yet unsettling, weight of that fragile note in my pocket, the note I could never bring myself to discard, a tangible link to the impossible. And I know. The forest has secrets. Ancient, terrifying secrets. And some of them are far, far better left undiscovered. Story 5. The chilling scream that tore through the suffocating stillness of the night was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. It wasn't just the sheer volume, the sudden, violent rupture of the peaceful dark that sent an icy spear through me. It was the sickening recognition that followed. That was my daughter Emma's voice, raw with unadulterated terror, and she was no longer in her sleeping bag, nestled safely beside me. I'm Jack, and what had begun as a joyous, eagerly anticipated family camping trip had, in the blink of a single, horrific eye, morphed into every parent's most profound, most agonizing nightmare. My wife, Sarah, and I had brought our two precious children, Emma, 8 years old and filled with boundless energy, and Liam, a curious 6, to Whispering Pines campground for a long, blissful weekend of outdoor adventure. We'd spent the entire day immersed in nature's embrace, hiking winding trails, casting lines into a sun-dappled stream, and roasting sticky marshmallows over a crackling, spitting campfire. It was a picture-perfect idyll, a scene of pure, unadulterated happiness. Until it wasn't. The scream, shrill and piercing, jolted me awake from a deep, dreamless sleep, a violent electric shock. I fumbled frantically for my flashlight, my heart hammering so hard against my ribs I could feel its frantic rhythm vibrating in my throat. The beam of light, stark and unforgiving, revealed Sarah already scrambling to unzip the tent, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated panic. Emma. I called out, my voice hoarse, thick with sleep and a rapidly escalating terror. Emma, where are you? There was no answer. Only the eerie, suffocating silence of the forest at night, a silence that pressed in, heavy and ominous. I scrambled out of the tent, my limbs clumsy with shock, nearly tripping over Liam, who was starting to stir, roused from his innocent slumber by the escalating commotion. Stay in the tent, buddy, I told him, forcing a calm into my voice that I was far from feeling. We'll be right back. Outside, our campsite was bathed in a ghostly, silvery moonlight, everything cast in stark, unnatural shadows. Everything appeared normal at first glance, the smoldering remains of our campfire, a faint wisp of smoke curling into the cold air. Our cooler, a silent sentinel. The kids' bikes propped innocently against a gnarled tree. But Emma's sleeping bag, which we, with a pang of regret, allowed her to place just outside the tent because she yearned to sleep directly under the glittering canopy of stars, was empty. A chilling, gaping void. Sarah was already at the very edge of our campsite, her trembling hand directing her flashlight beam frantically into the dense, oppressive woods. Emma. She called, her voice cracking, raw with fear. Emma, answer us. I joined her, my own powerful flashlight beam slicing desperately through the impenetrable darkness. The ancient trees seemed to loom over us, their branches, gnarled and twisted, casting strange, shifting, malevolent shadows. Every rustle of leaves, every sharp snap of a twig, made me jump, a frantic, uncontrollable start. "We need to split up," I said, struggling to think logically through the thick, suffocating haze of panic. "You go that way, I'll go this way. Yell if you find anything." Sarah nodded, her face ghostly pale in the unforgiving moonlight, a silent agreement to our desperate plan. As she plunged off in one direction, I plunged blindly into the suffocating depths of the woods in the other, my voice raw from shouting Emma's name every few desperate steps. The forest seemed to swallow my voice whole, the vast, oppressive darkness pressing in around me, suffocating me. I stumbled blindly over treacherous roots and jagged rocks, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, erratically, as I ran, a frantic, desperate beacon in the overwhelming gloom. My mind raced, a frantic, terrifying carousel of terrible possibilities. Had she sleepwalked, lost and disoriented, into the unforgiving depths of the woods? Had some predatory animal, unseen and unheard, dragged her off into the darkness? Or was it something far, far worse? I don't know how long I searched. Time seemed to stretch and warp, minutes feeling like endless, agonizing hours. My throat was raw, scraped from ceaseless shouting, my legs aching, burning with exhaustion from running through the uneven, treacherous terrain. But I wouldn't stop. My little girl was out there somewhere, alone and terrified, lost to the monstrous unknown. Suddenly, I heard Sarah's voice in the desperate distance. "Jack. Jack. Come quick." A jolt of fresh adrenaline, cold and sharp, surged through me, propelling me forward. I sprinted towards her voice, branches whipping at my face, leaving stinging welts. I burst into a small, moonlit clearing, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps, to find Sarah kneeling on the damp ground, clutching something tightly in her trembling hands. As I stumbled closer, my eyes widened in horrified recognition. It was Emma's favorite stuffed animal. A worn, beloved rabbit she'd had since she was a tiny, helpless baby. "She wouldn't have gone anywhere without this," Sarah said, her voice a fragile, trembling whisper. "Jack, what's happening?" I knelt beside her, reaching out a trembling hand to take the stuffed rabbit. It was dirty, smeared with damp earth, and slightly damp, as if it had been lying on the forest floor for a long, chilling while. A cold, sharp chill ran down my spine as the horrifying implication slammed into me. Emma hadn't just wandered off. Something had taken her. As if in grotesque response to my terrifying thought, a twig snapped, a sharp, jarring sound, somewhere in the suffocating darkness just beyond the clearing. Sarah and I both whirled around, our flashlights, twin beams of desperate light, frantically scanning the dense tree line. "Who's there?" I called out, trying, desperately, to sound braver, more in command than I felt. For a long, agonizing moment, there was nothing but the tense, suffocating silence. Then, I saw it. A pair of eyes. Reflecting the stark, unforgiving light of our flashlights, they glowed with an unnatural intensity, positioned far too high off the ground to be any normal, recognizable forest animal. As I watched, transfixed, paralyzed with a cold, paralyzing horror, more pairs of these alien, glowing eyes appeared. They were surrounding us, a silent, menacing ring. Sarah's grip on my arm tightened, her fingers digging into my flesh. "Jack," she whispered, her voice barely audible, a fragile thread of sound. "What are those things?" Before I could even begin to formulate an answer, one of the grotesque creatures stepped into the clearing. In the dim, unforgiving light, I could vaguely make out a humanoid shape, but there was nothing, absolutely nothing, human about its movements. It was too fluid, too unnatural, too horrifyingly wrong. My primal instinct screamed at me to run, to flee, to abandon everything and simply disappear into the night. But I stood my ground, rooted to the spot. These monstrous things had my daughter. I was certain of it. And I wasn't leaving without her. "Where's my daughter?" I demanded, surprised by the sudden, newfound steadiness of my voice, a desperate strength born of paternal fury. The creature tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture, eerily intelligent. Then it spoke. Its voice was like the rustling of dry leaves, like the creaking of ancient branches, barely recognizable as speech, a harsh, grating sound that vibrated through the very air. "The young one," it rasped, "is safe. For now." Sarah let out a choked sob beside me, a sound of profound anguish. I squeezed her hand, trying to draw strength, reassurance, from her trembling presence. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice tight. "Why did you take her?" The creature moved closer, its fellows remaining silent, unmoving, at the very edge of the clearing. As it approached, I could see it with horrifying clarity. Its skin was like rough, gnarled tree bark, its limbs too long, too spindly, and jointed in all the wrong, unnatural places. Its face was a nightmare of grotesque knots and swirling patterns, with those piercing, reflective eyes set deep within hollow, ancient sockets. "We are the guardians of this forest," it rasped, its voice a dry, grating whisper. "For centuries, we have protected these woods from those who would harm them. Your kind has forgotten the old ways, the respect due to the wild places." I swallowed hard, a painful effort, desperately trying to process the impossible, terrifying words. A desperate, fleeting part of me wanted to dismiss it all as a hallucination, a horrific dream brought on by the suffocating grip of panic and overwhelming exhaustion. But the tangible weight of Emma's worn, beloved stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real, a cold, hard truth. "We didn't mean any disrespect," I said, carefully, desperately. "We're just a family on a camping trip. Please. We just want our daughter back." The creature made a sound that might have been a laugh, a dry, rustling hiss. "Intent matters not. The forest demands balance. A life for the lives your kind has taken." My blood ran cold, a horrifying, icy current, as the monstrous implication slammed into me. They wanted to keep Emma. To sacrifice her? The thought was too horrible to contemplate, a sickening, grotesque violation. "No," I said, surprised by the sudden, ferocious strength in my voice, a primal roar of defiance. "You can't have her. Take me instead." Sarah gasped, a choked sound beside me, her eyes wide with terror. But I pressed on, my resolve hardening. "I'm the father. I'm responsible for bringing her here. If someone has to pay the price, it should be me." The creature regarded me silently for a long, agonizing moment, its unnatural eyes burning into me. Then, to my profound, disbelieving surprise, it nodded. "Your offer is accepted," it rasped. "The young one will be returned. But you must come with us." Relief, a profound, overwhelming wave, washed through me, quickly, terrifyingly, followed by a fresh surge of dread. I turned to Sarah, seeing the raw terror and anguish etched onto her beloved face. "I have to do this," I told her softly, my voice tight with unshed tears. "Get Emma and Liam out of here. Don't come back." Sarah shook her head violently, tears streaming, glistening down her pale face. "Jack, no. There has to be another way." But we both knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that there wasn't. I pulled her close, crushing her to me, kissing her fiercely, a desperate, final farewell. "I love you," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. "Tell the kids I love them too." Then, before I could lose my nerve, before my resolve could falter, I turned back to the towering creature. "I'm ready," I said, my voice firm, resolute. As if on cue, a small, trembling figure stumbled out of the woods on the other side of the clearing. "Emma." Sarah ran to her, scooping her up into her arms, clutching her protectively. Emma looked dazed, disoriented, but miraculously, physically unharmed. I allowed myself one last, agonizing look at my family. Sarah met my eyes over Emma's head, her gaze filled with a profound, heartbreaking mixture of love and sorrow. Then, the creatures moved in around me, their bark-like bodies pressing close, a suffocating, living wall, as they led me inexorably into the suffocating depths of the forest. I heard Sarah's voice fading behind me, a desperate, broken murmur, explaining to a confused Emma that Daddy had to go away for a while. My heart ached, a physical, agonizing pain, but I knew, with a profound, unwavering certainty, that I'd made the right choice. The forest swallowed us up, the oppressive darkness growing deeper, more profound, with each agonizing step. I didn't know what truly awaited me, what unspeakable price I would ultimately have to pay. But as long as my family was safe, as long as they were free, I was ready to face whatever monstrous fate lay ahead. As we walked, the creature that had spoken to me moved closer, its imposing presence a constant reminder of my new reality. "Few would make such a sacrifice," it rasped, its voice like the wind sighing through dry, ancient leaves. "Perhaps there is hope for your kind yet." I didn't respond. What could I possibly say? That I was utterly terrified? That I already missed my family with an ache that felt physical, a gaping void in my soul? That I was raging at the cruel, unbearable unfairness of it all? Instead, I walked on in silence, leaving behind the world I knew, the mundane, predictable world, and stepping irrevocably into a realm of ancient, terrifying magic and forgotten, monstrous bargains. The forest had demanded a price, a life for a life, and I had paid it. Whatever came next, I would face it, fortified by the knowledge that my children were safe, their innocent lives preserved. And as the last faint echoes of the human world faded behind me, swallowed by the encroaching wild, I realized that this was more than just a father's desperate sacrifice. It was the beginning of something new. Something profound. A bridge between two worlds that had long been brutally separated. Maybe, just maybe, there was a greater, unseen purpose to all of this. And with that single, fragile thought to sustain me, I walked on, deeper and deeper, into the very heart of the whispering pines, into the terrifying unknown. Story 6. The ornate, silver-plated photo frame on my nightstand lay face down when I jolted awake. I distinctly remembered leaving it upright the night before, smiling at the cherished family portrait it held, a comforting anchor in my new, sprawling life. A chill, cold and sharp as a shard of ice, ran down my spine as the chilling realization slammed into me. This wasn't the first time I'd noticed things subtly, unnervingly out of place lately. I'm Dr. Evelyn Reed, a 34-year-old museum curator who had recently traded the cramped, suffocating confines of city apartment living for a spacious, imposing suburban home. The allure of more space, the promise of quiet, had been irresistible. But with the relentless demands of my burgeoning career and a house far too vast for a single person to manage, I'd made the practical decision to hire a housekeeper. Enter Mrs. Albright. A stern-faced woman in her late 60s, her gaze sharp and unwavering. She arrived with impeccable references and an aura of formidable efficiency. She seemed utterly perfect, meticulous, thorough, and miraculously available to work the precise hours my demanding schedule required. I truly believed I'd struck gold. The first few weeks were a blessing. I'd returned home to a house that gleamed with an almost unnatural perfection, laundry neatly folded, and sometimes, a comforting, fragrant meal prepped in the fridge. Mrs. Albright was a godsend, a silent, efficient force of nature, allowing me to fully immerse myself in my research and the intricate demands of my curatorial work without drowning in the mundane chaos of household chores. But then, an insidious, creeping unease began to surface, born of a series of small, baffling inconsistencies. It started innocently enough, a rare, first edition book on the antique coffee table that I had no recollection of leaving there. The meticulously organized order of my shoes in the closet, subtly, unnervingly rearranged. My cherished, custom-made mug, always in its designated spot, now residing in a different cabinet. At first, I dismissed it, rationalizing it away. Perhaps I was simply more forgetful than I realized, the relentless stress of my job finally taking its toll. Surely. But as the occurrences grew more frequent, more blatant, a nagging, persistent sense of dread began to coil in my stomach, tightening with each new discovery. One unsettling evening, I arrived home to find my vintage laptop, a treasured tool of my profession, open on the kitchen counter, its screen a glowing, unwelcome beacon. I always kept it secured in my study, and I certainly hadn't left it running when I departed for work that morning. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm as I confronted Mrs. Albright the next day. Her reaction was oddly, chillingly calm, almost rehearsed. She apologized profusely, claiming she had merely used the laptop to look up a specialized cleaning technique for antique silver, and must have accidentally clicked on some pop-ups. Her explanation, though flimsy, seemed plausible enough on the surface. Yet, something in her eyes, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker, made me profoundly uneasy. I decided then and there to become more vigilant, to actively seek out the truth. I began meticulously taking photos of each room before leaving for work, a digital fingerprint of their order, comparing them to the state in which I found them upon my return. The changes were subtle, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, but undeniably present. A cushion slightly askew on the sofa, a drawer in my dresser not quite fully closed, my meticulously folded clothes arranged in a different, unfamiliar order than I'd left them. The final, horrifying straw came when I noticed my personal documents, sensitive, private information, had been meticulously rifled through. The discreet folder I kept hidden in my desk drawer was ever so slightly out of alignment, a minute detail, yet screaming of intrusion. When I opened it, a cold wave of dread washed over me. I could tell, with chilling certainty, that someone had been meticulously examining my financial statements and my most private insurance policies. That night, sleep was an impossible luxury. Every creak of the old house, every shifting shadow, seemed ominous, pregnant with unseen menace. I couldn't shake the suffocating feeling that I wasn't alone, that unseen eyes, cold and calculating, were watching me from the oppressive darkness. In the morning, bleary-eyed and teetering on the edge of my nerves, I made a desperate, irrevocable decision. I needed to know, unequivocally, what was truly going on when I wasn't home. I called in sick to the museum, fabricating a plausible excuse, and then meticulously set up a small, high-definition camera in the living room, cleverly concealed among my extensive collection of antique books. Then, I staged my departure, meticulously pretending to leave for the day, driving around the block and parking my car discreetly where I could observe my house, a silent, unseen sentinel. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat, as I watched Mrs. Albright's familiar figure arrive, letting herself in with her own key, her presence an insidious violation. Hours crawled by with agonizing slowness as I sat trapped in my car, alternating between watching the silent, imposing house and obsessively checking the live camera feed on my phone. At first, everything seemed normal, a mundane facade. Mrs. Albright cleaned, folded laundry, and went about her usual, meticulous tasks, a picture of domestic efficiency. But then, around midday, her behavior subtly, unnervingly shifted. She began moving through the house with a newfound purpose, a predatory focus, opening drawers and cabinets with a chilling deliberation, clearly, meticulously searching for something. I watched in horrified fascination as she entered my bedroom and headed directly, unerringly, for my closet. She emerged moments later, a small, unassuming box clutched in her hands, a box I kept hidden deep in the very back of the closet, a sanctuary for old family heirlooms and cherished personal mementos. My breath caught in my throat, a strangled gasp, as she carefully, meticulously opened it, her fingers delicately examining each item inside, a profound violation. I couldn't take it anymore. The facade shattered. I burst out of my car, a desperate, raging torrent, sprinting towards the house, fumbling wildly with my keys in my desperate haste to get inside. "Mrs. Albright!" I called out, my voice surprisingly steady, a desperate attempt to regain control, as I burst through the front door. "I forgot some papers I need for a meeting. I just came to grab them quickly." There was a terrifying moment of suffocating silence, broken only by the sound of hurried, muffled footsteps from upstairs. Mrs. Albright appeared at the top of the grand staircase, her usually impassive face betraying a fleeting flicker of surprise, before smoothing over into her usual, unnervingly placid expression. "Oh, Dr. Reed," she said, her voice overly, artificially cheerful, "I wasn't expecting you back so soon. I was just finishing up in your room." I forced a smile, a grotesque, unnatural grimace, my mind racing, desperately scrambling for a plausible excuse. "No problem at all," I chirped, the words feeling utterly hollow. "I'll just grab what I need and be out of your way." As I ascended the stairs, each step heavy with apprehension, I could feel Mrs. Albright's cold, unwavering gaze burning into me, a tangible weight on my back. My skin crawled, prickling with unease, but I maintained my composure, a desperate act of defiance. As I entered my bedroom, the small, precious box was back in the closet, but subtly, unnervingly out of place, a silent scream of violated privacy. My hands shook, a tremor I couldn't control, as I pretended to search for non-existent papers in my desk. "Mrs. Albright," I said, striving desperately to keep my voice casual, light. "Have you seen a blue folder anywhere? I could have sworn I left it on my desk." "No, I'm afraid not," she replied, her voice smooth as silk. hovering ominously in the doorway. "But I'd be happy to help you look." "Oh, that's all right," I said quickly, dismissing her offer with a forced, dismissive wave. "I probably left it at the museum. I should get going anyway." I made an elaborate show of checking my watch and hurrying out, acutely aware of Mrs. Albright's unblinking eyes tracking my every move. As I drove away, my hands shaking violently on the steering wheel, my mind was a raging maelstrom of turmoil. What was she truly looking for? Why was she so insidiously interested in my personal belongings, my deepest secrets? That night, sleep was an impossible dream. I pored over the camera footage, replaying it endlessly, watching Mrs. Albright methodically search every inch of my house. She seemed to be searching for something incredibly specific, something deeply hidden. But what? The next morning, I called Mrs. Albright and, with a strained politeness, told her I wouldn't require her services for the day, a lie that tasted like ash in my mouth. Then, with a chilling resolve, I began my own frantic, meticulous search of the house, looking for anything, any small clue, that might reveal what she was truly after. In my study, hidden deep within a rarely used, obscure book, I finally found it, a small, unassuming slip of paper. It bore a series of numbers, meticulously handwritten, a phone number I didn't recognize. With shaking hands, cold and clammy, I dialed it. A gruff, male voice, gruff and unyielding, answered on the third ring. "Yeah, who is this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, a thread of sound stretched taut. There was a long, unsettling pause. Then, "Who's asking?" I hung up, my heart hammering, a frantic, terrified drumbeat. What impossible, terrifying thing had I just stumbled into? Over the next few agonizing days, I became a reluctant detective in my own home. I discovered more hidden notes, cryptic messages. I overheard Mrs. Albright having hushed, conspiratorial phone conversations when she mistakenly thought I wasn't around. And once, a chilling, fleeting glimpse, I could have sworn I saw her taking photographs of my mail, my most private correspondence. I was living on a razor's edge, my nerves frayed, jumping at every subtle sound, double-checking every lock, every window, with a frantic, desperate intensity. I knew, intellectually, that I should go to the police, to report this escalating horror. But what would I tell them? That my housekeeper was too thorough? That I had a vague, unsettling hunch she was up to something nefarious, something deeply sinister? It all seemed so ludicrous, so impossible to explain. It all came to a terrifying head one night when I woke to the soft, ominous sound of my study door slowly creaking open. I lay frozen in bed, utterly paralyzed, listening intently to soft, stealthy footsteps moving around downstairs. Mrs. Albright had a key, of course, for emergencies, but this was no emergency. This was an invasion. Silently, agonizingly slowly, I crept out of bed and down the grand, groaning stairs, my phone clutched tightly in my trembling hand, 911 already dialed, poised, ready for the desperate call. As I approached the study, a sliver of light, a stark, accusing line, pierced the darkness from beneath the door. I took a deep, shuddering breath, fortifying myself for the inevitable, and then, with a surge of desperate resolve, I pushed the door open. Mrs. Albright stood at my desk, a powerful flashlight in one hand, a stack of my sensitive papers clutched in the other. She looked up, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. "Mrs. Albright," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, firm with newfound resolve. I think it's time you told me what's really going on here. For a long, agonizing moment, she looked like she might try to deny everything, to fabricate another flimsy excuse. Then, her shoulders sagged, a sudden, profound defeat, and she sank heavily into my desk chair, the sound of ancient springs groaning in protest. "I suppose there's no point in hiding it anymore," she said, her voice tired, resigned, the practiced cheerfulness utterly gone. "I'm not really a housekeeper, Dr. Reed. I'm a private investigator." My mind reeled, a dizzying, disorienting spin. A private investigator? But why? Who, in God's name, had hired her? Mrs. Albright, if that was even her real name, sighed, a long, weary exhalation. "Your father hired me. He's been trying to find you for years." I felt as if the very floor had dropped out from under me, plunging me into an abyss of disbelief. "My father? But he's dead. He died when I was just a child." She shook her head, a slow, deliberate movement. "That's what your mother told you. But he's very much alive. And he's been searching for you ever since your mother took you and disappeared." The world seemed to tilt on its axis, a profound, disorienting shift, as I desperately tried to process this impossible, devastating information. Memories, long suppressed, buried deep beneath layers of conscious effort, came flooding back with a sudden, overwhelming torrent. Bitter arguments between my parents, hushed, furtive phone calls, the sudden, inexplicable move in the dead of night when I was only 10 years old. "Why?" I managed to ask, my voice raw, a choked whisper. "Why didn't he find us sooner?" "Your mother was very thorough in covering your tracks," Mrs. Phillips explained, her voice softening slightly. "It's taken years of painstaking investigation to finally track you down. Your father, he just wants a chance to explain. To make things right." I sank to the floor, my legs no longer able to support the sudden, overwhelming weight of the truth. My entire life. Everything I thought I knew about my family. It had all been a lie. As the first faint blush of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, casting a warm, gentle glow through the study windows, a profound, irreversible decision solidified within me. I looked up at Mrs. Albright, this enigmatic woman who had so ruthlessly invaded my privacy, but who had also, in a twisted, unimaginable way, finally brought the truth to light. "I want to meet him," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread of sound. Mrs. Albright nodded, a small, genuine smile gracing her lips, a rare, fleeting expression. "He'll be so happy to hear that. He's never stopped loving you, you know." As she retrieved her phone to make the life-altering call, I sat there on the cold floor of my study, watching the dawn of a new day, and the dawn of a terrifying, exhilarating new chapter in my life. The truth. It had been hiding in plain sight in my own home all along, disguised as a stern housekeeper with a feathered duster and a secret, profound agenda. I didn't know what the future held, what agonizing explanations or astonishing revelations awaited me. But I knew one thing, with a bone-deep certainty: nothing in my life would ever be the same again. Story 7. The moment I saw his thumb jutting out from the inky shadows of the roadside, a stark, pale beacon in the impenetrable night, I knew I should have kept driving. Every primal instinct screamed at me to slam the accelerator, to leave that chilling apparition swallowed by the darkness. But loneliness and profound, Bone-deep fatigue are a dangerous, volatile cocktail, especially on a road that seemed to stretch endlessly, mercilessly, into the abyss of the night. I instinctively slowed the colossal rig, its powerful engine groaning in protest, my headlights slicing through the oppressive gloom, illuminating a figure that would forever haunt my nightmares, a spectral image seared into my very soul for years to come. My name's Jesse, and I'm a long-haul trucker. 18 grueling years on the open road, countless miles blurring beneath my wheels, and I honestly thought I'd seen it all. Every bizarre roadside attraction, every strange encounter, every whispered legend. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for that night on the desolate stretch of old Route 88. I'd been driving for 14 brutal hours straight, pushing the limits, chasing an unforgiving deadline. The radio, a faint, comforting companion for so long, had long since devolved into a meaningless symphony of static and white noise, and my giant thermos of coffee was running on fumes, just like me. The relentless, monotonous drone of the highway was starting to play cruel tricks on my sleep-deprived eyes, making the yellow lines dance and waver, twisting into serpentine illusions. That's when I saw him. A lone, spectral figure on the side of the road, his arm outstretched, thumb jutting out in that universal gesture of desperate request. In the split second it took for my massive rig to thunder past him, our eyes met in my side mirror, a chilling, profound connection. There was something in that gaze, something ancient and devoid of light, that made my skin crawl, every hair standing on end. But the crushing weight of exhaustion, a thick, suffocating blanket, overrode my better judgment. I hit the brakes, the big rig groaning, its colossal frame shuddering, as it slowly, inexorably, ground to a halt. I watched, my heart hammering, in my mirror as the hitchhiker approached. He moved with an odd, jerky, almost disjointed gait, like a marionette with hopelessly tangled strings, a grotesque, unsettling dance. As he drew closer, my headlights illuminating him in stark, unforgiving detail, I could make out more horrifying specifics. He was unnaturally tall and rail-thin, almost skeletal, wearing a threadbare, ancient jacket despite the warm, humid night. His face was gaunt, all sharp, angular bones and deep, cavernous shadows, like a death mask. "Where you headed?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence, as he reached the passenger door. His voice, when he finally answered, was a harsh, grating sound, like gravel being crushed under a heavy boot. "Wherever you're going." Every primal instinct within me, every fiber of my being, screamed at me to throw the truck into gear and get the hell out of there, to abandon this chilling encounter. But some misplaced, foolish sense of decency, a remnant of my former, sane self, made me reach over and unlock the door instead. He clambered in, his movements still unsettlingly jerky and uncoordinated, like a newly animated corpse. Up close, the stench hit me, a sickening, cloying combination of damp earth and something metallic, something vaguely reminiscent of stale blood, a smell I couldn't quite place, but that turned my stomach. I tried not to breathe too deeply, forcing shallow gasps, as I pulled back onto the highway, the roar of the engine a welcome, drowning sound. "Name's Jesse," I said, more to shatter the suffocating, uncomfortable silence than out of any genuine desire for conversation. "John," he replied after a beat too long, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "John Smith, right," I thought, a sarcastic retort bubbling to my lips, "and I'm Santa Claus." But I didn't push it. Rule number 1 of picking up hitchhikers: don't ask too many questions. We drove in a profound, oppressive silence for what felt like an eternity, the only sounds the relentless rumble of gigantic tires on rough asphalt and the occasional, jarring ping of suicidal bugs hitting the windshield, small, pathetic explosions. I kept sneaking quick, furtive glances at my passenger, a cold, creeping unease coiling in my gut. Something about him just felt profoundly, fundamentally off. His stillness was unnatural, a grotesque parody of repose, like he wasn't quite comfortable in his own skin, like it was a borrowed, ill-fitting garment. "So, where you coming from, John?" I asked, finally unable to bear the suffocating silence any longer. He didn't answer immediately, his gaunt face fixed on the endless, black road ahead. When he did, his voice had a dreamy, far-off quality to it, a chilling, ethereal whisper. "A place where the sun never sets, and the streets are paved with bones." I chuckled nervously, a desperate, hollow sound, trying to play it off as a dark, twisted joke. "Sounds like Vegas, John." John didn't laugh. He just stared at me with those vacant, hollow eyes, ancient and dead. "You have no idea," he murmured, his voice a chilling echo in the small, confined cab. The interior of the truck, usually a comforting, familiar space, suddenly felt very small and very cold, an Arctic blast. I cranked up the heat, turning the dial until it clicked, but it didn't seem to make a damn bit of difference. John had turned his unsettling attention to the window, watching the impenetrable darkness rush by as the endless miles ticked away. My unease grew, a cold, creeping vine strangling my composure. John's very presence seemed to suck all the warmth and light out of the world, leaving behind a profound, oppressive void. The familiar highway, a ribbon of comfort, felt alien and menacing, shadows deepening at the very edges of my headlights, writhing into grotesque shapes. I was about to suggest we stop at the next rest area, desperate for any shred of human contact, when John spoke again, his voice startlingly clear in the silence. "Do you believe in monsters, Jesse?" The question, so sudden, so direct, sent a bolt of pure, unadulterated terror, an icy spear, down my spine. "Can't say I do," I replied, forcing my voice to remain steady, an act of sheer will. John turned those dead, ancient eyes on me again, their gaze chilling, piercing. "You will." My hands tightened on the steering wheel, my knuckles white, an act of desperate self-preservation. "Look, buddy, I don't know what your deal is, but I never got to finish that sentence." Because at that precise, horrifying moment, John began to change. It started with his skin. It seemed to ripple and shift, like something grotesque and alive was moving, writhing, underneath the thin, pallid surface. Then his face began to elongate, features melting and reforming into something utterly inhuman, a horrifying, fluid transformation. I watched in disbelieving horror as his fingers lengthened into razor-sharp claws, tearing effortlessly through the worn, threadbare fabric of his gloves, the sound a sickening rip. I slammed on the brakes, the colossal truck fishtailing violently, its immense weight groaning, as it screeched to a desperate, jarring halt in the very middle of the empty highway. I fumbled frantically for the door handle, my fingers clumsy with terror, desperate to get away from whatever unspeakable thing was unfolding beside me. But John, or the monstrous thing that had once been John, was faster. A clawed hand, sharp and lethal, shot out, grabbing my arm with impossible, inhuman strength. I yelled, a raw, guttural sound of pure pain and terror, struggling, desperately, to break free from its vice-like grip. "Don't leave now, Jesse," the creature growled, its voice a hellish distortion of John's gravelly tones, a sound scraped from the very pit of hell. "The fun's just beginning." I lashed out blindly, a desperate, flailing punch, my fist connecting with something that felt like cold, pliable putty, an alien, sickening sensation. The thing that had been John howled, a sound that made my blood run cold, a raw, piercing shriek that resonated deep in my bones. Its grip, for a fleeting, precious second, loosened just enough for me to wrench my arm free. I threw myself out of the truck, hitting the rough asphalt hard, a jarring impact that sent a fresh wave of searing pain through my shoulder. But adrenaline, a powerful, desperate surge, kept me moving. I scrambled to my feet, my legs burning, and ran, not daring to look back, not daring to spare even a single glance at the unfolding horror. The sickening sound of tearing metal filled the air, followed by an inhuman roar, a sound of frustrated, predatory fury. Against my better judgment, against every fiber of my being, I glanced over my shoulder. What I saw nearly stopped my heart, freezing the very blood in my veins. The creature had torn through the roof of the cab like it was flimsy tissue paper. It towered over the truck, a nightmarish, impossible amalgamation of man and beast, a grotesque fusion of nightmare and reality. Its skin was a patchwork of scales and fur, a horrifying, alien texture, its face a twisted, predatory mask of razor-sharp fangs and glowing, malevolent eyes. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, a desperate, headlong flight, my lungs burning, raw and agonizing, as I sprinted down the endless highway. But I could hear it behind me, its heavy, thudding footfalls shaking the very ground beneath my feet, gaining ground with every agonizing second. It was toying with me, I realized, a chilling, terrifying thought. It could have caught me at any time. Just when I thought my legs would give out, collapsing beneath me, I saw lights in the desperate distance. A gas station. Its fluorescent glow, harsh and artificial, was a beacon of fragile hope in the suffocating darkness, a promise of sanctuary. I pushed myself harder, a final, desperate burst of energy, praying, begging, that I could reach it before the unspeakable creature caught up. The sound of pursuit suddenly, eerily, stopped. I risked another quick, furtive look back and saw the creature retreating, shrinking back into a more human form, dissolving into the oppressive shadows at the side of the road. I stumbled into the gas station parking lot, my body screaming in protest, gasping for breath, each one a painful, ragged effort. The attendant, a sleepy-looking young man behind the counter, looked up from his dog-eared magazine, his eyes widening in alarm at my disheveled appearance, my torn clothes, my frantic, wild eyes. "You okay, man?" he asked, already reaching instinctively for the phone, his voice laced with concern. I couldn't speak. I just shook my head, a frantic, desperate gesture, collapsing onto the cracked linoleum floor as the attendant, his voice urgent, called the police. I stared out at the dark, desolate highway, half expecting, half dreading, to see those glowing, malevolent eyes watching me from the impenetrable darkness. The cops arrived quickly, their flashing lights painting the night with strobing blue and red, their sirens wailing, a welcome, albeit jarring, sound. They found my truck, a mangled, skeletal hull, abandoned on the highway, its cab torn open like a sardine can. There was no sign of John, or the monstrous creature he'd become. They didn't believe my wild, impossible story, of course. Who in their right mind would? They chalked it up to overwhelming exhaustion and possible dehydration, maybe even a hallucination brought on by some bad truck stop food. But they couldn't explain the deep, angry claw marks on my arm, or the strange, unidentifiable imprints they found pressed into the snow around my truck, bizarre patterns that defied explanation. I quit trucking after that night. I simply couldn't bring myself to get back behind the wheel, to face those long, dark, desolate stretches of highway, knowing what lurked just beyond the reach of my headlights. Some nights, I still wake up in a cold, clammy sweat, the terrifying memory of those glowing, malevolent eyes and that distorted, hellish voice fresh in my mind, as vivid as if it had just happened. I don't know what John was, or where he came from. But I do know this: there are things out there in the suffocating darkness, things that defy every rational explanation, grotesque entities that exist beyond our comprehension. And sometimes, just sometimes, they hitch a ride. So if you're ever driving down a lonely, desolate stretch of highway, far from the comforting glow of civilization, and you see a solitary figure, his thumb outstretched, just keep driving. Keep driving and don't look back. Because you never, ever know who, or what, you might be letting into your life. As for me, I'll stick to the blessed daylight from now on. And I'll never, ever pick up another hitchhiker as long as I live. Some rides, some desperate gambles, just aren't worth the terrifying risk. Story 8. The moment I locked eyes with him in the rearview mirror, a chilling dread pulsed through me. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that this wasn't going to be an ordinary night bus ride. His gaze, hidden beneath the deep hood of his dark sweatshirt, seemed to bore right through me, igniting a primal, suffocating fear I couldn't shake. Little did I know, this was only the terrifying prelude to a journey that would push me to the very edge of sanity, a descent into a nightmare I wouldn't soon escape. My name's Maya, and I'm a grad student at the local university, perpetually chasing deadlines and fueled by lukewarm coffee. That night, I was heading back to campus after a brief, much-needed weekend visit with my parents. It was a 4-hour trip, a long, monotonous stretch, and I'd opted for the cheaper night bus, a desperate attempt to save some precious cash. Big mistake. A colossal, life-altering mistake. The bus was nearly empty when I boarded, a cavernous, echoing shell. Just a couple of other weary passengers scattered sparsely about, hunched over their phones or lost in quiet contemplation. I chose a seat near the middle, settling in for what I fervently hoped would be an uneventful, blessedly boring ride. As we pulled out of the station, the city lights receding behind us, I noticed him for the very first time, a lone, imposing figure in a dark hoodie, slumped in the very last seat, shrouded in the deepest shadows at the back of the bus. At first, I didn't think much of it, just another passenger, right? But as the desolate miles ticked by, marked only by the monotonous hum of the engine and the occasional jarring bump, and the other weary riders gradually disembarked at various, dimly lit stops, a cold, sickening realization dawned on me: it was just me, the silent, stoic driver, and the hooded figure left on the bus. That's when I felt it, that prickling sensation, sharp and cold, at the back of my neck, that undeniable feeling that told me I was being relentlessly, meticulously watched. I tried to shake it off, dismissing it as paranoia, a byproduct of too much caffeine and too little sleep. But every time I risked a quick, furtive glance in the rearview mirror, suspended above the driver's head, I saw those eyes, burning with an unnerving intensity, staring directly back at me. I couldn't make out his face clearly in the dim, oppressive light of the bus, but there was something profoundly unsettling about the sheer intensity of his gaze. It never wavered, never blinked, just two pinpoints of cold, malevolent light in the suffocating darkness, fixed, relentlessly, on me. I tried to distract myself, turning my gaze to the window, but all I could see was my own terrified reflection in the endless, inky blackness beyond the glass, a ghostly apparition. The soft, rhythmic hum of the engine and the occasional jarring bump in the road were the only sounds breaking the eerie, suffocating silence. After what felt like an eternity, a slow, agonizing crawl of time, I decided to move seats, a desperate attempt to sever the invisible line of sight between me and my unwanted, terrifying observer. I gathered my meager belongings, my hands trembling slightly, and moved to a seat closer to the front, pointedly, desperately avoiding looking towards the back of the bus. For a few blissful, fleeting moments, a fragile sense of relief washed over me. But then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement. The hooded figure had changed seats too, a silent, predatory shift, maintaining the exact same chilling distance between us. My heart began to race, a frantic, terrified drumbeat against my ribs. This could not be a coincidence. I desperately considered asking the driver to stop, to let me off early, to escape this growing nightmare. But we were in the middle of nowhere, a desolate, isolated stretch of road. The thought of being stranded alone on a dark, deserted highway seemed, impossibly, even worse than remaining trapped on the bus with him. I fumbled frantically for my phone, intending to call someone, anyone, to scream for help. But of course, there was no signal. We were passing through a dead zone, utterly cut off from the rest of the world. The next hour was the longest, most agonizing of my life. I sat rigid in my seat, every muscle tense, coiled tight with fear, straining to hear any sound, any subtle movement from behind me. A few times, I thought I heard soft, deliberate footsteps, a stealthy approach. But when I whipped my head around to look, the hooded figure was always in the exact same spot, those unblinking, malevolent eyes fixed, relentlessly, on me. As we finally approached the flickering, distant outskirts of the city, a fragile, desperate hope began to bloom in my chest. We were almost there. Just a little longer, and I'd be safe. That's when it happened. The bus lurched violently, a jarring, sickening motion, the engine sputtering, coughing, and then dying with a final, heartbreaking gasp. We rolled to a slow, agonizing stop on the side of the desolate road, the interior lights flickering ominously, a final, desperate gasp, before extinguishing completely, plunging us into absolute darkness. "Sorry, folks," the driver called out, his voice unnaturally loud and hollow in the sudden, suffocating silence. "Looks like we've got some engine trouble. Sit tight while I take a look." I wanted to scream at him. To shriek, "Don't leave." To tell him about the chilling, terrifying passenger lurking in the back. But my voice seemed stuck in my throat, paralyzed by fear. I watched helplessly as he exited the bus, his form disappearing into the oppressive darkness, leaving me utterly, terrifyingly alone with him. I could no longer see the hooded figure in the rearview mirror, but I could feel his presence, a palpable, oppressive weight, menacing and suffocating, radiating from the back of the bus. The silence stretched on, broken only by the ragged, desperate sound of my own breathing. Then, I heard it. Soft, deliberate footsteps. Moving slowly, inexorably, up the aisle of the bus. Panic, raw and unadulterated, surged through me, a tidal wave of terror. I had to get out of there. Without thinking, without a single coherent thought, I bolted from my seat, stumbling clumsily towards the front of the bus, my hands shaking violently as I wrestled with the emergency door. Finally, miraculously, I managed to push it open, a desperate, grating sound. I tumbled out onto the cold, unforgiving road, the cool night air hitting me like a physical slap to the face, a desperate jolt of reality. The driver was nowhere to be seen. Had it been minutes since he left, or hours? Time seemed to have lost all meaning, dissolving into a terrifying blur. I started running, my feet pounding frantically against the unforgiving asphalt, a desperate, rhythmic drumbeat in the silence. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away, to escape this living nightmare. Behind me, I heard the bus door creak open again. He was coming after me. My lungs burned, a searing agony, as I ran, pushing myself harder than I ever thought possible. But no matter how fast I went, no matter how desperately I pushed, I could hear him behind me, his footsteps steady, relentless, and inexorable, terrifying pursuit. Just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, when my legs felt like leaden weights, threatening to collapse beneath me, I saw lights ahead. A gas station. Its fluorescent glow, harsh and artificial, was a blinding, miraculous beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness, a promise of salvation. With a final, desperate burst of adrenaline, I sprinted towards it, a raw, primal scream trapped in my throat. I burst through the glass door, startling the sleepy-looking attendant behind the counter, his eyes widening in alarm at my disheveled appearance, my torn clothes, my frantic, wild eyes. "Please," I gasped, my voice raw, broken. "You have to help me. There's someone after me." The attendant's eyes widened further as he took in my terrified, disheveled state. He immediately reached for the phone, already dialing, as he asked, his voice laced with concern, "What happened? Who's after you?" But as I turned to point out the window, to show him my relentless pursuer, a cold, horrifying realization slammed into me, making my blood run cold. There was no one there. The road was empty, a desolate, black ribbon stretching out into the impenetrable darkness in both directions, utterly devoid of any life, any movement. The police arrived a short while later, their flashing lights painting the parking lot with an ominous, strobing blue and red, their urgent questions only adding to my profound confusion and escalating fear. They found no sign of the hooded figure, no evidence, not a single shred, of anyone following me. The bus was exactly where we'd left it, the driver calmly working on the engine, completely unaware, utterly oblivious, of the terrifying ordeal that had just transpired. As the adrenaline, a desperate, fleeting surge, finally began to wear off, a cold, insidious doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it all? Was it possible that the relentless stress of grad school and the profound lack of sleep had caused me to hallucinate, to conjure this terrifying ordeal from the depths of my own mind? But even as I tried desperately to rationalize what had happened, to explain away the inexplicable, I couldn't shake the chilling, indelible memory of those eyes. That unwavering, malevolent gaze that had followed me, relentlessly, through the endless, terrifying night. Real or not, the fear had been undeniably genuine, a raw, visceral terror that had permeated every fiber of my being. The police offered to drive me back to campus, an offer I gratefully, desperately accepted. As we drove away from the gas station, the artificial light receding behind us, I couldn't help but look back one last time, a desperate, futile gesture. And there, just for a fleeting moment, a ghostly apparition, I thought I saw a hooded figure, a dark, silent sentinel, standing at the very edge of the light, watching me go, a chilling farewell. I never took the night bus again after that. The incident left me jumpy, profoundly paranoid for weeks, months even, jumping at every subtle shadow, avoiding being alone in public spaces, feeling constantly exposed. My friends and family were deeply concerned, their faces etched with worry, suggesting therapy, medication, to help with what they innocently saw as a severe anxiety disorder. But I knew what I had experienced, even if I couldn't possibly explain it, even if no one else would ever believe me. There are things out there in the suffocating darkness, things that defy rational, logical explanation, entities that exist beyond our comprehension. And sometimes, just sometimes, they ride the night bus, waiting, patiently, for unsuspecting, vulnerable passengers. To this very day, I can't see a hooded figure without my heart rate spiking, a frantic, terrified drumbeat. I avoid traveling alone at night whenever possible, a constant, nagging fear lurking just beneath the surface. And every now and then, when I'm in a crowded place, I get that familiar, cold prickling sensation at the back of my neck. When I instinctively turn to look, there's never anyone there. But I know, deep down, with a chilling, bone-deep certainty, that somewhere out there, those malevolent eyes are still watching, waiting for our paths to tragically cross again. So if you ever find yourself on a nearly empty bus late at night, the silence heavy and oppressive, and you feel that unsettling sensation, that undeniable feeling that you're being relentlessly watched, trust your instincts. Because sometimes, the monsters we fear, the ones that haunt our nightmares, aren't just in our imagination. Sometimes, chillingly, terrifyingly, they're sitting right behind us, hidden in plain sight, patiently waiting for the precise, horrifying moment to strike. As for me, I'll stick to daylight travel from now on. Some journeys, some desperate gambles, just aren't worth the profound, soul-shattering risk. Because you never, ever know who, or what, might be sharing your ride. Story 9. The moment I saw the cold, predatory glint in the innkeeper's eye, a shiver of profound dread tracing an icy path down my spine, I knew we'd made a terrible, irreversible mistake. What was supposed to be a romantic, idyllic getaway, a blissful escape from the relentless grind of city life, had suddenly, terrifyingly, become a desperate fight for survival. And the quaint, charming bed and breakfast we'd innocently stumbled upon was anything but the cozy, welcoming haven it deceptively appeared to be. I'm Eleanor, and my boyfriend, Thomas, and I had meticulously planned this trip for months, each detail a desperate escape from our demanding lives. Both of us were utterly swamped with work, I, battling the relentless currents of my high-powered law firm, and Thomas, pouring every ounce of his boundless energy into his burgeoning tech startup. We desperately needed some time away from the suffocating concrete jungle, a sanctuary of peace and quiet. When Thomas, with an excited gasp, stumbled upon this charming little B&B online, tucked away deep in the forgotten countryside, it seemed utterly perfect, picturesque, isolated, and, most importantly, run by a sweet elderly couple. At least, that's what we so naively believed. The drive out was breathtakingly beautiful, a deceptive prelude to the horrors awaiting us. Winding country roads, framed by rolling, emerald hills, unfurled before us like the painter's masterpiece. As the GPS signal, a thin thread of connection to the outside world, grew weaker, then finally dissolved into nothingness, I could feel the relentless stress of the city, a suffocating weight, slowly, miraculously melting away from my shoulders. Thomas reached over, his hand warm and reassuring, and squeezed my hand, a genuine, easy smile gracing his lips, a smile I hadn't seen in weeks, maybe even months. "Almost there," he murmured, his voice laced with anticipation, as we turned onto a narrow, rutted dirt road, the gravel crunching beneath our tires. "Can you believe this place? It's like something out of a fairy tale." I had to agree. The grand, old Victorian house that finally came into view was stunning, a testament to a bygone era, with its sprawling wraparound porch and intricate gingerbread trim, delicate as lace. Flowered boxes overflowed with a riot of colorful, vibrant blooms, and a neat, meticulously raked gravel path led directly up to the imposing front door. It was almost too perfect, almost unnervingly flawless. As our car crunched to a stop, the front door, as if on cue, swung open silently, and out stepped our hosts, Mr. and Mrs. Blackwood. They were the very picture of small town, old world charm, he, a portly figure in a tweed cardigan and an impeccably tied bow tie. She, a delicate wisp in a floral dress, perpetually cinched by a crisp apron. They waved enthusiastically, their smiles wide and almost unnervingly fixed, as we emerged from the car, stretching our cramped limbs. "Welcome. Welcome," Mrs. Blackwood called out, her voice syrupy sweet, dripping with an artificial warmth. "We're so glad you made it safely. Come in, come in. You must be utterly exhausted from your journey." Mr. Blackwood, with a surprisingly firm grip, insisted on carrying our bags, despite Thomas's polite, half-hearted protests. As we followed them inside, a cold, nagging feeling, a deep, unsettling unease, began to prickle at the back of my mind. I couldn't shake it. Their smiles were a little too wide, their hospitality a touch too eager, almost predatory. The interior of the B&B was just as meticulously charming as the outside, a curated tableau of antique furniture, dark and gleaming, and quirky, ornate knickknacks, filling every available surface. But there was something profoundly unsettling about it, something that felt distinctly staged, like a meticulously constructed movie set rather than a genuine, lived-in home. "Your room is just up these stairs," Mrs. Blackwood chirped, her voice light and airy, leading the way with a surprisingly swift stride. "It's our very best room, perfect for a lovely young couple like yourselves." The room itself was undeniably beautiful, a vision of old-world comfort, with a grand, imposing four-poster bed draped in rich fabrics and a sweeping, panoramic view of the surrounding countryside, a deceptive blanket of peace. But as Mrs. Blackwood fussed over the heavy velvet curtains, meticulously adjusting their folds, and Mr. Blackwood gently set down our bags, I noticed it, a fleeting, almost imperceptible exchange of glances between them. It was quick, barely a flicker, but in that agonizing moment, I saw something cold, something utterly calculating, lurking deep within their eyes. "Dinner will be served promptly at 7, Mrs. Blackwood announced, her cheerful demeanor instantly back in place, as if she were wearing a mask. "We do hope you'll join us. I've prepared something truly special." As soon as the door clicked shut behind them, Thomas, oblivious and content, flopped onto the soft, plush bed with a contented sigh. "This place is amazing, Elle. You were worried for nothing." I tried to smile, a desperate, hollow grimace, but it felt forced, unnatural. "Yeah, it's great," I murmured, my voice strained. "I'm just tired, I guess." We quickly freshened up, the mundane act a stark contrast to the creeping dread, and headed down for dinner. The dining room was undeniably cozy, with a welcoming, crackling fireplace casting dancing shadows on the walls, and an antique table meticulously set for four, gleaming with polished silver. The Blackwoods were already seated, beaming at us with their unnervingly fixed smiles as we entered. "There you are," Mr. Blackwood boomed, his voice a jovial, booming sound. "Sit, sit. Martha's outdone herself with the cooking tonight." The food was, I had to admit, surprisingly delicious, a rich, savory feast. But as we ate, a cold, persistent unease tightened its grip around me. I couldn't help but notice how intently, how almost predatorily, the Blackwoods watched us. They asked questions about our lives, our demanding jobs, our distant families. Nothing outwardly unusual for B&B hosts, perhaps, but there was an unsettling, almost insatiable intensity to their curiosity that set every nerve ending on edge. "More wine, dear?" Mrs. Blackwood asked, her voice syrupy sweet, already refilling my glass before I could even respond, before I could politely decline. I took a reluctant sip, forcing myself to be polite, but my head was already beginning to feel fuzzy, a strange, disorienting lightness. Thomas, on the other hand, was on his third glass, and growing increasingly animated, his words slightly slurred. "This is incredible," he slurred, a wide, goofy grin spreading across his face. "You guys. You're just the best, aren't they the best, Hal?" I nodded, a desperate, futile attempt to catch his eye, to somehow, silently, communicate the urgent need for caution, the chilling sense of danger. But he was utterly oblivious, completely captivated, willingly ensnared, by the Blackwoods' relentless charm offensive. As the evening wore on, my unease swelled, growing into a profound, suffocating dread. The Blackwoods' smiles never wavered, never faltered, but their eyes seemed to grow colder, more predatory, like the glint of steel. I manufactured a desperate excuse about being overwhelmingly tired, practically dragging Thomas away from the table, away from their watchful, hungry gaze. Back in the false sanctuary of our room, I desperately tried to voice my growing concerns to Thomas, but he brushed them off with a dismissive wave, his words still slightly slurred. "You're being paranoid, Al," he mumbled, his eyes fluttering closed. "They're just nice people. Relax, okay? That's why we're here." I desperately wanted to argue, to shake him awake, to make him see the chilling truth that was becoming so terrifyingly clear to me. But exhaustion, a heavy, suffocating blanket, was creeping over me too, dulling my senses. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just the relentless stress of the city, the constant pressure, making me jumpy, making me imagine horrors that weren't there. I fell into a fitful, haunted sleep, plagued by strange, unsettling dreams of being watched, of unseen presences lurking just beyond my sight. A sudden, sharp noise jolted me awake in the suffocating middle of the night. At first, I desperately tried to convince myself it was merely a lingering fragment of my terrifying dream. But then, I heard it again. A soft creak. Like someone walking, slowly, deliberately, on old, protesting floorboards. I sat up, my heart hammering, a frantic, terrified drumbeat against my ribs. "Thomas?" I whispered, my voice a thin, reedy sound, shaking him gently. But he was out cold, lost in a deep, oblivious sleep, snoring softly, a comforting sound that now felt terrifyingly vulnerable. The pale moonlight filtering through the curtains cast long, eerie shadows across the room, twisting familiar objects into grotesque, menacing shapes. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom, I could have sworn I saw the doorknob turning. Slowly. Agonizingly. I held my breath, willing it to be my imagination, a desperate, futile prayer. But then, the door began to open. Inch by agonizing inch. A figure stood in the doorway, a chilling silhouette against the pervasive darkness of the hallway. I wanted to scream, a raw, primal sound. To shake Thomas awake. To do something. But I was frozen. Paralyzed by a profound, all-encompassing fear. The figure took a slow, deliberate step into the room, and in that horrifying moment, as the moonlight caught its form, I recognized the distinct outline of Mrs. Blackwood, her floral dress a ghostly shroud. She moved towards the bed with an unnatural, fluid grace, something glinting, a cold, sharp gleam, in her hand. Was it a knife? My mind raced, a frantic, terrifying carousel, desperately trying to make sense of the unfolding horror. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. Just as she reached the very foot of the bed, her face a shadowed, unreadable mask, I found my voice, a strangled, reedy croak. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Blackwood froze. Then, slowly, agonizingly slowly, she turned her head towards me. In the dim, unforgiving light, I could clearly see her face, and what I saw chilled me to the very bone, plunging me into an abyss of pure, unadulterated terror. Her kindly, grandmotherly expression was utterly gone, replaced by something inhuman. Something ancient. Something terrifyingly, profoundly hungry. "Oh, dear," she said, her voice no longer syrupy sweet, but a rasping, guttural growl, cold and sharp as winter wind. "You weren't supposed to wake up." I screamed. A raw, primal scream that tore through the silence, finally, mercifully, jolting Thomas awake. He sat up, disoriented, confused, groggy, as Mrs. Blackwood lunged towards us, a terrifying, predatory movement. What happened next was a blur of chaotic motion and pure, unadulterated terror. Thomas, still half asleep, confused, grappled desperately with Mrs. Blackwood, struggling against her unnatural strength, while I scrambled wildly, frantically, for my phone. But there was no signal. No way to call for help. No connection to the world outside this nightmare. "Run, Elle!" Thomas yelled, his voice strained, raw with effort, struggling desperately to hold Mrs. Blackwood back, to buy me precious seconds. "Get out of here!" I hesitated for a split second, an agonizing, impossible choice, torn between helping Thomas, fighting for his life, and finding help, escaping this nightmare. But then, Mr. Blackwood appeared in the doorway, his kindly, jovial demeanor replaced by the exact same predatory, cold, calculating look as his monstrous wife. I made a desperate, irreversible decision then, one that would haunt my every waking moment, every tortured dream, for the rest of my life. I ran. I pushed past Mr. Blackwood, a fleeting, terrifying contact, and burst down the stairs, my bare feet slapping frantically against the cold, polished wooden floors, each slap an echoing premonition. I could hear Thomas shouting, the muffled, desperate sounds of a struggle, a brutal, horrifying fight, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. I burst out of the grand front door, into the cool, liberating night air, gasping, sobbing, each breath a painful, ragged effort. The sharp, unforgiving gravel path cut into my bare feet as I ran, a desperate, agonizing dash, towards our car, fumbling wildly, frantically, for the keys in my pajama pocket. Just as my trembling fingers closed around the cold metal, just as I reached the car, I heard the heavy front door of the B&B slam open with a violent crash. Mr. Blackwood stood on the porch, his imposing figure silhouetted against the dim, artificial light, his face twisted into something barely human, a grotesque, predatory mask. "You can't leave," he called out, his voice a guttural, inhuman growl, a sound that vibrated through the very ground. "No one ever leaves." With shaking, fumbling hands, I managed to unlock the car door and threw myself inside, slamming the door shut, locking it with a desperate click, just as Mr. Blackwood, his face contorted with rage, reached it. He pounded violently on the window, his face pressed against the glass, eyes wild and hungry, a terrifying, unblinking gaze. I turned the key, my heart a frantic, desperate prayer that the engine would roar to life. For one heart-stopping, agonizing moment, it just sputtered, a pathetic, dying sound. Then, mercifully, miraculously, it roared to life, a powerful, defiant sound of escape. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, nearly running over Mr. Blackwood as I peeled out of the driveway, a desperate, frantic escape. As I sped down the rutted dirt road, tears streaming down my face, blurring my vision, the horrifying image of Thomas's pale, terrified face in the upstairs window burned into my mind, an indelible brand. I should have made him come with me. I should have done something. Anything to save him. When I finally reached a small, unassuming town, a sanctuary of blessed normalcy, and found a police station, their faces etched with professional skepticism, they didn't believe me. They said I was hysterical, overwrought, that I must have suffered a horrific nightmare, or a bad reaction to something I'd eaten, a cruel, dismissive lie. When they dutifully went to check out the B&B, they found nothing. No grand Victorian house. No charming, sinister Blackwoods. No Thomas. Just an empty field where I swore, with every fiber of my being, the house had stood. It's been 2 agonizing years since that night, and I haven't stopped searching for answers, for any shred of truth, for any sign of Thomas. I've scoured the darkest corners of the internet, hired tireless private investigators, even, in a desperate, futile attempt, tried to go back to the exact spot where the B&B was supposed to have stood. But it's like it never existed, a phantom of my tortured mind. Sometimes, late at night, when the silence is heavy and oppressive, I still hear Mrs. Blackwood's voice, a dry, rasping whisper, cold and sharp, "You weren't supposed to wake up." And I wonder, with a chilling, bone-deep certainty, did I ever really wake up at all? Or am I still trapped in that nightmarish B&B, living out some twisted, horrifying fantasy of escape, a desperate, futile dream? All I know is this: if you're ever driving down a lonely, forgotten country road, far from the comforting glow of civilization, and you happen upon a charming bed and breakfast that seems utterly, impossibly too good to be true, keep driving. Keep driving and don't look back. Because some places, some ancient, malevolent places, aren't meant to be found. And some hosts, some charming, deceptive hosts, aren't what they seem. And if you're not careful, if you let your guard down, You might just check in. But you'll never, ever check out. Story 10. The ancient symbols, intricately carved into the rough, gnarled bark of the towering trees, seemed to pulse with an otherworldly, malevolent energy, drawing me deeper, irresistibly, into the suffocating heart of the forest. As a park ranger, I'd walked these very trails 1,000 times, my boots intimately familiar with every root and stone, but I'd never, ever seen anything remotely like this before. Little did I know, my innocent discovery, a mere curiosity, would irrevocably plunge me into a chilling world of ancient, unspeakable rituals and primal, unfathomable horrors, lurking, unseen, in the very heart of this supposedly protected wilderness. My name's Silas, and I've been a ranger at Blackwood National Park for over a decade. I thought I knew every inch of these sprawling, ancient woods, every whispered secret they held. But that day, that ordinary, unsuspecting day, proved me horribly, profoundly wrong. It started as a routine patrol, a mundane check of the perimeter. The autumn air was crisp, sharp as a blade, leaves crunching under my heavy boots with every rhythmic step as I made my way along the lesser-used, overgrown trails. I truly loved this time of year, the vibrant, almost impossibly rich colors of the foliage, the earthy, comforting smell of decaying leaves, the profound, almost spiritual quiet that settled over the forest as it silently prepared for the long, cold embrace of winter. I was about 2 grueling hours into my hike when I first distinctly noticed something profoundly odd, a single tree, just subtly off the main trail, its ancient trunk adorned with strange, unsettling markings. At first, my rational mind immediately jumped to vandalism. We'd had issues with bored teenagers and misguided graffiti artists before. But as I drew closer, my heart beginning a faint, uneasy thrum, I realized with a chilling certainty that these were not the crude, amateurish scrawls of bored teenagers or overzealous hikers. The symbols were intricate, incredibly precise, clearly carved with an agonizing care and deliberate artistry. They looked ancient, eerily reminiscent of Norse runes or Celtic knots, yet utterly unlike anything I'd ever encountered in my extensive archaeological studies. And there was something else, something far more unsettling, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the very grooves of the carvings, pulsing slowly, rhythmically, like a living, ancient heartbeat. I reached out to touch the carvings, my fingers trembling slightly, an involuntary tremor of apprehension. The moment my skin made contact, a sharp jolt of raw, primal energy shot through me, so intense it made me stumble back, gasping, disoriented. The very forest around me seemed to shift, to subtly distort. The vibrant colors intensified, becoming impossibly vivid, almost glowing. The myriad sounds of the wild became sharper, more intense, a cacophony of unseen life. For a fleeting, terrifying moment, I could have sworn I heard whispers on the wind, a chorus of ancient voices speaking in a language I simply would not understand. Shaking off the strange, disorienting sensation, I pulled out my camera, my hand still trembling, to meticulously document the bizarre find. But when I tried to take a picture, the screen went completely fuzzy, refusing stubbornly to focus on the elusive symbols. It was as if they didn't want to be captured, to be revealed. I made a mental note of the precise location, intending to report it immediately to the park archaeologist, my mind already buzzing with theories. But as I turned to continue my patrol, my gaze caught something new, more of the same unsettling symbols on a nearby tree. And another, just beyond that. They formed a distinct, unmistakable trail, leading deeper and deeper into the suffocating heart of the forest, far away from the familiar, marked paths. Every rational instinct screamed at me to turn back, to call for immediate backup before investigating further. But curiosity, an insatiable, self-destructive force, got the better of me. I had to know where these chilling symbols led. What terrifying secret they held. What, in God's name, they meant. As I followed the ominous trail of marked trees, the forest around me began to subtly, unnervingly change. The trees grew denser, their gnarled, ancient branches intertwining overhead to block out the last precious slivers of sky, plunging me into a perpetual, suffocating twilight. The air became heavy and thick, almost viscous, filled with an earthy, almost metallic scent, a smell I couldn't quite place. And all the while, those insidious whispers continued, a ghostly chorus, growing louder, more insistent, with each agonizing step, pressing in on my mind. I lost all track of time, the minutes blurring into an indistinct, terrifying eternity, when I suddenly stumbled into a clearing. What I saw there froze me in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat, a choked gasp of pure, unadulterated horror. In the very center of the clearing stood a formidable circle of towering standing stones, each one at least 10 feet tall, ancient and imposing. They were covered in the exact same mesmerizing, unsettling symbols I'd seen on the trees, but here, they glowed with an intensified, almost blinding brilliance, their light pulsing in eerie unison. The ground within the sacred circle was strangely bare, the grass and underbrush meticulously cleared away to reveal dark, rich, unsettlingly moist soil. But it was what lay at the very heart of the stone circle that truly chilled me to the bone, plunging me into an abyss of terror, a crude stone altar, its ancient surface stained dark with what I prayed, with every fiber of my being, wasn't blood. And meticulously arranged around it, a grotesque collection of objects that looked like they belonged in a nightmare, a macabre display, desiccated bones, dark, glistening feathers, strange, pulsing crystals, and other things I couldn't even begin to identify, their shapes alien and disturbing. I stood at the very edge of the clearing, utterly paralyzed, my mind reeling, desperately trying to make sense of the impossible, nightmarish tableau before me. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't exist. Not in the tangible, rational world. Not in my forest. As I wrestled with my profound, overwhelming disbelief, a twig snapped sharply behind me, a sudden, jarring sound that echoed in the heavy silence. I whirled around, my heart pounding, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, to find myself face to face with an old man. He seemed to have materialized out of thin air, a silent apparition, his weathered face etched with a grave, solemn expression as he regarded me with unnerving intensity. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice raspy, low, and surprisingly firm. "This place isn't for your kind." I opened my mouth to respond, to demand answers, to scream for help, but before I could utter a single word, more figures emerged from the dense, suffocating trees. They wore dark, heavy robes, their faces hidden in deep, concealing hoods, obscuring their features. They moved with an unnatural, fluid grace, forming a loose, menacing circle around me and the old man, their presence a palpable threat. "What is this place?" I finally managed to ask, my voice shaking uncontrollably, a fragile tremor. "Who are you people?" The old man's grave expression softened slightly, a fleeting, almost imperceptible shift. "We are the guardians," he said, his voice now a low, resonant murmur. "We protect the ancient ways." The old magic that still lingers in places like this. Magic? I repeated, the word a disbelieving gasp, incredulous. That's impossible. A humorless smile, cold and knowing, crossed the old man's lips, a chilling, unsettling sight. Many things are possible in this world, Ranger, he rasped, his eyes burning with an ancient wisdom, more than you can possibly imagine. As if to terrifyingly prove his point, he raised his hand, a slow, deliberate gesture. The symbols on the colossal standing stones flared to life, their ethereal glow intensifying until it was almost blinding, a searing white light. The whispers I'd been hearing, those insidious, haunting sounds, grew to a deafening crescendo, a cacophony of ancient voices, and I felt the very ground beneath my feet begin to tremble, a subtle, rhythmic vibration. Panic, cold and sharp, surged through me, a tidal wave of terror. I had to get out of there. I had to report what I'd found, to expose this impossible horror. But as I desperately turned to run, to flee this living nightmare, I found my path brutally blocked by the robed figures. They stood silent and motionless, an impenetrable, unyielding wall between me and any hope of escape. You have a choice to make, the old man said, his voice cutting through the deafening cacophony of whispers, surprisingly clear and resonant. You can join us. Learn our ways. Become part of something greater than yourself. Or he trailed off, his voice dying to a chilling whisper, but the unspoken threat, stark and terrifying, was clear in his ancient, burning eyes. I glanced around wildly, my eyes darting frantically, searching for any possible way out, any desperate avenue of escape. But I was surrounded, utterly trapped in this impossible, terrifying situation. Why me? I asked, stalling for precious time, my mind racing, desperately trying to formulate a plan. Why show me all this? You were chosen, one of the robed figures spoke, its voice ethereal, unearthly, and eerily androgynous. The forest led you here. It sees something in you. I shook my head, still struggling desperately to accept the impossible, terrifying reality that was unfolding before me. This is insane. I'm a park ranger, not some chosen one. There has to be a mistake. The old man stepped closer, his eyes boring into mine, a profound, unwavering gaze. There are no mistakes in matters like these, he rasped, his voice ancient and knowing. You have been brought here for a reason. The only question is, will you accept your destiny? As he spoke, the very energy in the clearing seemed to intensify, to swell and surge. The glowing symbols pulsed faster, a frantic, rhythmic beat. The whispers grew louder, a deafening roar of unseen voices, and I could feel a strange, immense pressure building in the very air around us, a palpable force. It was as if the very forest itself was holding its breath, waiting, silent and expectant, for my answer. I looked around, my gaze sweeping over the silent, robed figures, the ancient, glowing stones, and the old man, watching me with an unnerving, expectant intensity. Part of me was utterly terrified, wanting nothing more than to simply wake up from this grotesque nightmare and somehow, miraculously, return to my normal, mundane life. But another part, a small, insidious part one barely recognized, was undeniably intrigued, captivated by the chilling mystery, curious about the profound secrets these enigmatic people held, the impossible magic they so casually claimed to wield. If I say yes, I said slowly, hesitantly, my voice a fragile whisper, what happens next? The old man's face broke into a genuine smile, A rare, startling sight, transforming his features. "Then your real journey begins," he said, his voice resonant with ancient promise. "You'll learn things you never dreamed possible, see wonders beyond imagination. But be warned, this path is not an easy one. There will be trials, sacrifices to be made." I took a deep, shuddering breath, weighing my impossible options. I could try to run, to fight my way out of their encircling trap and desperately report what I'd found to the authorities. But deep down, with a chilling certainty, I knew I'd never make it. And even if, by some miracle, I did, who, in their right mind, would ever believe such an impossible, fantastical tale? On the other hand, saying yes meant stepping irrevocably into a world I simply didn't understand, a world of ancient, terrifying power, leaving behind everything I knew, every shred of my former identity. It was terrifying, profoundly so. But it was also, impossibly, exhilarating, a forbidden thrill. In that pivotal moment, standing in that impossible clearing, surrounded by an undeniable, ancient magic, I made my choice. "I'll do it," I said, my voice, to my profound surprise, steadier than I felt, ringing with a newfound resolve. "I want to learn." The old man nodded solemnly, his ancient eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Then let the initiation begin." What happened next is almost impossible to describe, a blur of sensory overload and profound transformation. The robed figures began to chant, their voices blending with the deafening whispers that filled the very air, a terrifying, mesmerizing chorus. The symbols on the stones blazed with an intensified, almost unbearable light, and I felt a surge of raw, untamed energy course through my very being, a violent, overwhelming current. It was painful and ecstatic, terrifying and exhilarating, all at once, like being unmade and then meticulously remade in the span of a single, agonizing heartbeat. When it was finally over, I fell to my knees, gasping for breath, my body trembling, raw and exposed. The world around me looked different. Sharper. More vibrant. I could feel the very pulse of life in every ancient tree, every delicate blade of grass, a profound, undeniable connection. And the whispers. I could understand them now. Their ancient secrets, their hidden meanings, unveiled to me. The old man, his face now etched with a profound, almost paternal pride, helped me to my feet. "Welcome, sister," he said, his voice soft, resonant. "Your new life begins now." As the robed figures gathered around me, a silent, welcoming circle, embracing me into their mysterious fold, I cast one last, lingering look at the faint trail that had led me here, to this impossible place. My old life, my former identity as a park ranger, already seemed like a distant, fading memory, a dream from another existence. I didn't know what daunting challenges lay ahead, what profound secrets I would uncover, or what unimaginable powers I would now wield. But I knew one thing, with a bone-deep certainty, my life would never be the same again. The forest had chosen me. And I had accepted its ancient, terrifying call. Whatever came next, I was ready to face it. As we made our way deeper, inexorably, into the very heart of the forest, leaving behind the world I once knew, the mundane, predictable world, I couldn't help but wonder, how many other hidden wonders, how many other ancient, terrifying secrets, were truly out there, waiting to be discovered, waiting to reveal themselves? And how many other unsuspecting hikers, lost in their own thoughts, might one day stumble upon them? forever changing the course of their lives, just as mine had been changed. The forest, it seemed, held far, far more secrets than I could have ever imagined. And I was now, irrevocably, one of them. Story 11. The first flicker of headlights in my rear-view mirror, a distant, shimmering promise in the vast, inky blackness, initially filled me with a surge of profound relief. The second, closer now, a persistent glow, made a cold, prickling unease begin its insidious crawl up my spine. By the third time, relentless and unwavering, I knew, with a chilling, bone-deep certainty, that those approaching lights didn't promise rescue, didn't offer a reprieve, but heralded a terror beyond anything I could have ever imagined. The icy, desolate highway stretched endlessly before me, a ribbon of black cutting through a vast, featureless sea of white, and somewhere out there in the suffocating darkness, an unseen predator was relentlessly stalking its chosen prey. My name's Marcus, and I've been driving big rigs, these colossal beasts of the road, for the better part of 2 decades. I've seen my fair share of bizarre, inexplicable phenomena on the endless miles of asphalt, but nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for that night on Highway 16, a desolate stretch of frozen oblivion. It started off as a typical, grueling long-haul run. I was hauling a precious, delicate load of electronics from Seattle, a distant memory of city lights, to Anchorage, a promise of warmth in the unforgiving north, a route I'd navigated dozens of times before, each journey a familiar monotony. The weather report had ominously warned of a brutal storm sweeping in, but I, with a fool's optimism, figured I could outrun it if I simply pushed relentlessly through the night, a desperate gamble. As the sun, a cold, anemic disk, finally bled from the sky, the temperature plummeted with a horrifying speed, a sudden, biting descent. Snow began to fall, softly at first, a gentle, almost beautiful curtain, then harder, growing in intensity, a swirling maelstrom that swallowed the world. I flicked on my wipers, their rhythmic squeak a lonely sound in the burgeoning silence, squinting desperately through the swirling white veil on the windshield at the road ahead, a barely discernible ribbon. The highway was utterly empty, a desolate, featureless expanse, save for my truck, a solitary behemoth. Everyone else, with far more common sense, had wisely chosen to hold up for the night, seeking refuge from the escalating tempest. That's when I first noticed the headlights behind me. They appeared suddenly, as if the truck had materialized out of thin air, a ghostly apparition in the swirling snow. I didn't think much of it at first, probably just another weary driver trying to make good time before the storm hit in earnest, a desperate dash for safety. But as the minutes ticked by, an agonizing crawl of time, I realized something was profoundly, terrifyingly off. The truck behind me was maintaining a constant, unnatural distance, like a silent, relentless shadow, not even attempting to pass, even when the road widened, offering ample opportunity. A chill, sharp and cold, that had nothing to do with the plummeting temperature, ran down my spine, an icy spear of premonition. I tried to shake off the growing feeling of unease, dismissing it as paranoia, a byproduct of too many grueling hours on the road and too much stale caffeine. But the nagging sense of profound wrongness persisted, a relentless, insidious whisper in my mind. I decided to test my terrifying theory. At the next straight stretch of road, a long, unbroken ribbon, I cautiously eased off the gas, slowing my colossal rig down, a silent challenge. The truck behind me slowed too, mirroring my movements with unnerving precision, maintaining that same eerie, impossible distance. My heart began to race, a frantic, terrified drumbeat against my ribs. This wasn't normal behavior. "Okay, Marcus," I muttered to myself, my voice a shaky whisper, "let's see what this guy's game is." I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my truck faster than was strictly safe, given the rapidly worsening weather conditions, the swirling, blinding snow. The other truck matched my speed exactly, its headlights, twin malevolent eyes, burning bright in my mirrors, unwavering, relentless. Now I was really starting to freak out. Who was this person? What did they want? My mind raced, a frantic carousel of terrifying possibilities, each more horrifying than the last. Highway robbery? Some sick, twisted game of cat and mouse? I reached instinctively for my CB radio, my hand trembling, intending to call for immediate help, to scream into the void. But all I got was static. A harsh, grating hiss was the only reply. The storm must have been actively interfering with this signal. I was utterly, terrifyingly on my own. The snow was falling harder now, a relentless, blinding curtain, reducing visibility to almost nothing, a suffocating whiteout. I could barely discern the road in front of me, let alone any turn-offs or desperate places I might be able to pull over and somehow, miraculously, lose my relentless pursuer. All I could do was keep driving, pushing blindly onward, praying, begging, to outlast whoever, or whatever, was relentlessly behind me. Hours seemed to pass, stretching into an endless, agonizing eternity, though my dashboard clock, an indifferent chronicler of time, stubbornly told me it had only been about 45 terrifying minutes since I first noticed the other truck. My knuckles were white, bone white, clamped rigidly on the steering wheel, my eyes constantly flicking, a frantic, desperate dance, between the barely visible road ahead and the ominous glow in my rear-view mirror. Suddenly, without warning, the truck behind me accelerated. It pulled up alongside me, its massive frame filling my peripheral vision, and for the very first time, I got a good, horrifying look at it. It was an older model, its once white paint now a dirty, mottled gray, streaked with rust. But what truly seized my attention, what truly plunged me into an abyss of pure, unadulterated terror, was the driver. Or rather, the chilling lack of one. The cab of the truck was utterly, impossibly empty. I blinked hard, again and again, my eyes burning, certain I must be hallucinating, my mind playing cruel, deceptive tricks. But when I looked again, forcing my vision to clear, the seat was still, horrifyingly, unoccupied. The truck was driving itself, a silent, malevolent behemoth, keeping perfect, unnatural pace with me on the treacherous, slippery road. Terror, raw and primal, gripped me, squeezing the very breath from my lungs. This wasn't possible. Trucks didn't drive themselves. Not out here in the desolate, middle of nowhere. Not in a raging, blinding snowstorm. I must be losing my mind. Before I could even begin to process the impossible, horrifying sight, the ghost truck swerved violently towards me. I yanked the wheel hard, my arms screaming in protest, barely avoiding a catastrophic collision, the sheer force of its malicious intent palpable. My trailer fishtailed dangerously, a wild, uncontrollable whip, and for a heart-stopping, agonizing moment, I thought I was going to jackknife, to fold in on myself in a mangled wreck. Somehow, miraculously, I managed to regain control, my hands shaking violently on the wheel. But now the game had profoundly, terrifyingly changed. This wasn't just following anymore. This thing, whatever unspeakable entity it was actively, relentlessly, trying to run me off the road. I pushed my truck to its absolute limits, the engine whining in protest, speeding down the highway far faster than was safe, a desperate, suicidal dash. The ghost truck kept pace effortlessly, a silent, relentless shadow, occasionally pulling alongside me, its empty cab a gaping maw, and trying to force me off the road, into the swirling, white oblivion. Each time, I managed to evade it, a desperate, frantic maneuver, but I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I couldn't keep this up forever. My mind raced, a frantic, desperate carousel, trying to figure out a way out of this living nightmare. There had to be a town coming up soon, or a highway patrol outpost, or something, anything, a glimmer of salvation. But all I could discern through the swirling, blinding snow was more endless road, stretching inexorably into the suffocating night. As I rounded a sharp, unexpected curve, my headlights, weak beams in the overwhelming white, illuminated something ahead, a bridge. An old, iron trussed bridge, spanning a deep, dark ravine, a gaping maw of nothingness. An idea, desperate and profoundly dangerous, yet the only flicker of a plan I had, formed in my racing mind. I cautiously eased off the accelerator slightly, allowing the ghost truck, its malevolent presence a palpable weight, to pull up directly beside me. Then, just as we hit the very beginning of the bridge, a point of no return, I slammed on my brakes, the sudden, violent force throwing me forward against my seat belt, and wrenched the wheel violently to the right. My truck skidded sideways, its massive tires squealing in protest, the trailer jackknifing violently behind me, forming a desperate barrier. I felt a bone-jarring impact, a sickening crunch of tearing metal, as the ghost truck slammed into my trailer. For a heart-stopping moment, we were locked together, a grotesque, grinding ballet of steel, sliding uncontrollably across the icy bridge, towards the dark, yawning abyss below. Then, with a deafening screech of tearing metal, a sound that grated on my very soul, the ghost truck broke free. I watched in my mirror, a terrifying, surreal tableau, as it careened wildly off the bridge, plunging headlong into the impenetrable darkness below, a silent, terrifying descent. I managed to bring my own truck to a desperate, shuddering stop, its massive cab hanging precariously, terrifyingly, over the very edge of the bridge, balanced on the precipice of oblivion. For a long, agonizing moment, I just sat there, utterly paralyzed, my hands shaking violently, breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. When I finally, miraculously, worked up the shattered courage to look over the edge of the bridge, into the swirling void below, there was nothing there. No wreckage. No twisted metal. No sign of impact in the snow-covered valley below, only an pristine, untouched white expanse. It was as if the ghost truck had never existed, a phantom, a figment of my tortured mind. I don't know how long I sat there, trembling, desperately trying to make sense of what had just happened, to reconcile the impossible. Eventually, I managed to back my truck off the bridge, each movement a painful, mechanical effort, and continued my journey, a desperate, solitary pilgrimage. The storm, as if controlled by an unseen hand, cleared as suddenly as it had begun, leaving behind a sky of impossible clarity, studded with a million indifferent stars. When I finally reached anchorage, nearly 12 agonizing hours later than scheduled, utterly exhausted and profoundly traumatized, I tried to report what had happened. But who, in their right mind, would believe me? A ghost truck that drove itself, a malevolent entity that tried to run me off the road? They'd think I was drunk, or severely sleep-deprived, or just plainly, utterly insane. So I kept it to myself, a dark, hidden secret, delivered my cargo, and tried desperately to forget. But I couldn't. I couldn't shake the chilling, indelible memory of those relentless headlights in my mirror, the horrifying image of the empty cab of the truck that had hunted me, a predatory shadow, through the endless night. I still drive that same route sometimes, an involuntary, terrifying pilgrimage, and every single time I do, I find myself watching my mirrors a little more closely, a desperate, frantic vigilance, especially when the snow starts to fall, a swirling, white shroud. Because out there, on the lonely, desolate highways of the north, where the night seems to stretch on forever and the storms can appear out of nowhere, with a sudden, violent fury, anything is possible. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I see a pair of headlights in the distant, swirling white, following just a little too close for comfort. When that happens, when that chilling, familiar sight appears, I push my truck a little faster, my foot heavy on the accelerator, grip the wheel a little tighter, my knuckles white, and pray, a desperate, silent plea, that I make it through the night. Because now I know the chilling truth, the roads we travel aren't always as empty as they seem. And not all the dangers out there, the lurking horrors, can be explained by the comforting, rational laws of nature or man. So if you're ever driving on a lonely, desolate highway late at night, the silence thick and oppressive, and you see a truck in your rearview mirror that seems to be following just a little too close, don't assume it's just another driver. It might be something else entirely. Something ancient. Something malevolent. Something that hunts in the suffocating darkness on roads where the living fear to tread. And if you see it, if those malevolent lights burn into your mirrors, do what I did. Drive fast. Drive smart. And whatever you do, for the love of God, don't look in the cab. Because some things, once seen, can never be unseen. And the ghost truck, that relentless, spectral hunter, is always out there, waiting patiently for its next victim on the endless, desolate highways of the night. As for me, I'll stick to the blessed daylight from now on. And I'll never, ever pick up another hitchhiker as long as I live. Some rides, some desperate gambles, just aren't worth the terrifying risk.